I like to think of it as almost having a separate volume knob.
Hey, I'm John, and welcome to Percussive Sound Design in X for Serum. In this course, we're going to be learning how to synthesize some of the sounds from the classic Roland TR-808 drum machine. So there's several reasons we're using the TR-8 as our examples. One is because, as I said, it's a completely analog drum machine, so synthesizing these sounds in Serum is achievable and relatively
How's everybody doing
easy
today?
for many of them, and a little more interesting and challenging for some
Sound like
other.
y'all just cat maybe sick or something. I said, how's everybody doing today? Y'all good? All right, thank you for coming out today for the first inaugural, how you say it, inaugural? Creator Convo here at the Sound Collective. I want to appreciate all y'all coming out nice and early in the rain and almost snow. We have about 199 downloaded tickets today. So this place is probably going to be the zoo in about a half hour to an hour. So I appreciate you guys getting the early bird, getting the worm, actually getting some seats out here. If you happen to leave the room and still want to be a part of the conversation, this also streams in the back area lounge, so feel free to go out there if you want to kind of get some air as well. As you guys know, the schedule is up when you first walk in too, so we have a press play, we have 3 dope panels, we have some great giveaways later, we have some critiques as well, so there's a lot going on. And make sure you follow us too on both platforms, Creative Space Events as well as Sound Collective NYC. We'll be seeing that throughout the day as well. You guys can definitely tag us in some pictures or photos. Feel free to capture some content as well. Just make sure we have our phones on vibrate, okay? So Creator Convos is basically a monthly conversation we'll be having on different topics within the music industry for creators. So we're going to range from everything from sync licensing to pitching records to collaborating with artists and other creatives as well. But today's conversation is really about samples and sampling and everything surrounding that. So our first panel today is going to be about sample creators, the people who actually make their own samples. Not necessarily sounds, but samples. You know, loops, things that people are using now when they create in bigger records. We have 2 amazing panelists. We'll be introducing them soon. We also have 2 legends in the building coming through for the sample user panel, which is basically people that actually have been making a living off of sampling their whole entire career. So we have Arsonist from the Heat Makers, and we have Buck Wild, 2 legends in the game. Those guys love to talk, so I'm sure they'll be telling some crazy stories. We'll play some music maybe as well. And then the last panel is with one of the dopest mix engineers in the game, but a lot of people don't know that he actually recreates a lot of samples. And he helped Kanye West out quite a few times. We'll talk some specifics with him. But Ken Lewis will be joining us virtually as well. You'll be able to watch it right here on this camera, on this TV. So we'll be able to ask him some questions about that. And then right after that, we're going to do a press play and critiques. So the press play, we're going to have a guest in here, Jimi Kendrix. Jimi Kendrix did a lot of big records for Jay-Z, Tupac, did most of the Murder Inc. records for Shine, Ashanti, Ja Rule, R. Kelly. So he'll be here kind of as our guest as we play some music. And then we also have some beat critiques between 5 and 7 with Steel Sessions owners and co-founders, Buddha Grands and Mike Cuz. So when you first walked in, you signed up for either a beat critique or a press play. We're doing a press play in here, and the beat critiques will be right outside the door. We'll have your list, and we'll let you guys know exactly when you're going to go. So be present in those spaces based on what you picked. So without further ado, my name is Jay Hatch. I'm actually the founder of Creative Space Events, and I'm happy to be here. Sound Collective is an amazing space. As you can see, a lot of people didn't really know about this space, but it's an amazing platform for new creatives who want to collaborate and learn more about using different instruments, working with other creatives as well. They're releasing some new programming next year that will allow you to come in and kind of use the space, almost like a WeWork but for creatives. So we'll get some more information with that when I introduce the panelists. They'll be able to give you some more information. So without further ado, we're going to start our very first panel with the sample creators. Do me a favor and give it up one time for my man Static Link and Motif alumni. Y'all show them some love. We gotta get lapelled up over here real fast. Gotta make sure the sound is proper. And a lot of the content will be available afterwards on YouTube channel for sharing. Feel free to ask some questions towards the end. If you guys can hold your questions until we get towards the end, we'll have a little Q&A time for that as well. But without before we get started with the panel, I want to introduce Static Link. He actually works at the school and give you some more information about what we got going on here. So talk to him.
Cool. Do I have to? Is it good for this? Okay, cool. Yeah. So welcome everyone to our space here, our beautiful space at Sound Collective. So I'm Static Link, or Josh. I'm the director of education here at the school. Excited to have you all in the space here. Hatch already is kind of gave us the rundown of some of the cool programs we have and some of the awesome stuff that we're launching in the new year. Specifically, what's really important to us is community, and that's the important thing about doing these events. We want to build a community of beat makers and creatives and give them a space to come in and collaborate with each other, but also learn some new skills along the way. As the music industry's evolved, I've been doing music professionally for like 10, 15 years now, and I could tell you that as much as it's changed over time, learning new things never stops, right? So there's new technology, new things. I mean, I'm sure you guys all saw Serato stems now, and the ability to chop up samples in Serato Studio, and just the technology is crazy. So we're always on the cutting edge of technologies. We work with a lot of the brands and manufacturers and some of the best creatives in the game, like my man Motif here. He recently did a panel with us here about some similar topics that we're talking today, but he actually broke down a lot of stuff for us too, and made a fire beat and made me want to go back to the studio and cry. But this man's a beast. So it was awesome having him in, and if you guys have any questions at all, you met Brian, who is our admissions manager when you guys came in and checked in. He's going to be available to ask questions. I definitely would love to speak with you and talk to you and hear some of the ideas you have that we can do more to get the community involved. It's really important to me. So when you guys are going to see our faces a lot more here, doing more as time goes on. We have a lot of events scheduled for next year, very similar to this, and you'll see that as it goes on.
Yeah, absolutely. So every conversation will be different. So in the future, we'll have conversations about sync licensing, about how you can pitch records to labels and artists and managers, different topics that you guys want to know more about. So when you first came in, we asked you like what you wanted to learn more about. So we're going to use some of that data to help us plan out the future events here as well. So before we get started, Static, can you just give these guys a little bit of introduction of how you got into doing what you're doing, about what we're talking today, creative samples, and some people that you work with in general around the industry?
Yeah, sure. So I've been, like I said, I've been doing music professionally for between 10 and 15 years now. Where that line starts, I guess, is kind of vague to say what makes you professional these days. I started as a beat maker. I was making beats, producing records. I studied music in school. I was always really into soul music and sampling soul records, and it was actually probably about 5 or 6 years ago that I realized I was like, I actually play a lot of these instruments that are on soul records, and I didn't even know there was like a community of composers that created samples until I stumbled across Drum Broker, which I'm sure y'all are familiar with, and that's how I discovered this man's music, and I discovered Soul Surplus. I'm sure y'all heard of Soul Surplus. It really inspired me to get into creating music and using my skills as a live instrumentalist to make sounds for other people to use. And I thought it was great that I could like jump from genre to genre and not do anything specific. I might do a soul record, might do a jazz record, might do a rock record, and really kind of mixed it up. And then about 3 or 4 years ago now, I actually had the honor of meeting with one of the founders from Tracklib, Pear. And he actually stopped by a school that I used to work at and was doing a pitch on what Tracklib is and what's going to be. And I was like, I would really love to be involved in that. And he was like, yeah, man, but we really only work with labels right now. We're not really working with individuals. He said, but I'll keep you in mind. And Pear's a solid dude. Hatch knows Pear very well. About 5-6 months later, he hit me up. He's like, I might have an opportunity for you, man. He's like, why don't you send me some stuff? And what I loved about TrackLib is they're always listening to the community to try to make it better. And one thing that I told him, I was like, look, man, like, honestly, you know, you have these amazing records and I'm digging for them on there, but your skill gap is kind of crazy because you have people who may not be good at filtering bass lines, or they may not be good at like figuring out certain parts they want. I was like, in my opinion, you should offer stems if that's possible. And he was like, yeah, it's something we've been thinking about. And he was like, that's why he hit me up. He was like, maybe we should do a pilot program and try yours out. And I remember I had a project called Shapes of Music that I put up there. And that was like my first intro into like creating sample music. And it got like the first top 10 slots because I was selling the stems. And so to this day, they tell me that I'm one of the top sampled artists on there. And I've been very, very lucky to meet some incredible people along the way. And I think I cleared 200 licenses last year on TrackLib. So I have about 200 records out there somewhere in the universe. And I've heard a lot of them, and I got to hear some amazing things. And you know, it's built my reputation as being a composer, which I know is really important to this man as well. We've had many conversations about the stigma around being a producer and composer and a sample maker and all that kind of stuff. And we just want to make good music and share it with the world. And one thing I love about him and I love about Hatch is it's really important to the three of us that we're giving back to the community and trying to do something to be better. So in addition to TrackLib, I run monthly beat battles. I see some faces in here that are part of my beat battles. Greg over there, he's been part of it. You know, and you know, I started a subscription service. I give away some crazy prizes, and it's just all just trying to give back. And that's what this is like really important to me. So I'm honored to be here today and talk to you a little bit about what I've been able to accomplish, and hopefully you'll take something out of it. So
clap it up one time for Static. So this gentleman to his left, Mr. Motif alumni. I've known him now for got to be close to 10 years,
Yeah.
8 or 9 years.
Yeah.
And he actually used to come out and participate in the iStandard Producer Showcase that we used to do back in the day.
Yes.
And the one thing about him is that he was always a sponge. He always, you know, soaked up opportunities, always soaked up knowledge, really built relationships. We had a conversation just now in the hallway about being an introvert sometimes. You know, as creatives, we're like introverted. We're in our own room making music. But sometimes when you go out into a space like this, it's important to, you know, kind of talk to people and really, you know, show out a little bit. And I think he feels comfortable when there's other introverts around. So
very comfortable.
it works
right
out. But he has really made a name for himself in this creative space. Well, pun intended, I guess.
Yes.
This creative space where, you know, he has been able to get into rooms with other bigger name producers by utilizing his skill set as a creative sample maker. So
Yes, sir.
give everybody a little intro on yourself, and we'll talk more about the other stuff.
Yeah. What's up, y'all? How's everybody doing? All right. Yeah. Started as making beats, and I could always play piano. I learned how to play keys in high school, but ultimately, what led me to making samples was I was sampling a lot of the times, and then we started sending some stuff out, and then we realized it's hard to get. It was a little bit harder to place things because there were samples. They had to be cleared. There was a process that needed to be, you know, sawed through to be a placement. So it was too much.
mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? So I said, what if we just make our own melodies? What if we just start to dive deep into sound selection, texture, rhythm, and all those things to give the illusion that it's a sample, but in all actuality, it's a composition.
Right. Yeah.
That I wrote, and it's now put out for the intention to be sampled. So that's how I got into it. Just I was able to find my way and give value to other people, which made me more valuable. So that's why I came into this game.
Absolutely. And recently, you know, obviously I follow him on social media. I see you in the studio with my people like Fuse from 808 Mafia or Black Metaphor, guys that are working on big records for Ross and Jeezy and Currency and these different people. So how has that helped you, I guess, get in the room with some of these other guys that are known more for sampling versus creating their own samples? How has that helped you stay in that room?
For one, I mean, I met him at iStandard, events like this. No, seriously, events like this. You go outside, you meet people, you have a great introduction, you let them know what you do, and if you have the opportunity to play something for them, make sure it's hot.
Yep.
And that's it. That's it. It's not really overthought. You just need to carry yourself, be yourself, and they're gonna receive that. Don't overthink it. Just be very direct in what you want from them, because you might meet me. What do you want from me? What value can you bring to me? That's really what it's about with networking and spaces like this. So, networking, go outside. You know what I'm saying? Talk to people. Like you were just saying, like, I'm an introvert, but like in spaces like this, you got to talk to people. You know what I'm saying? You don't know who's in the room. You don't know what people can do. Your collaborator might be the person who helps you get to that next level. You don't even know. You don't know. You just got to talk to people. And like I said, be yourself and have some confidence in your own ability that you can attribute to somebody else's. And that's how collaboration works.
Yep.
So yeah.
So, Stat, in terms of like, you know, getting these records ready, these samples that you guys are working on collectively and individually, what's the process for the most part? How do you actually get prepared to get to the music?
Yeah, so I think, you know, recently I've been doing I've had more people reach out, very similar to you, where people are reaching out to me to do customized things for them. So like recently I've been sending Rook from Justice League a lot of stuff. And, you know, I think that what Motif is getting at, which is also really important, is stay true to your sound and know like what you offer as value, like he was saying, that no one else does. So for me, for example, I love soul records. But I said to myself, I'm like, look, Soul Surplus and Record Collective already have that on lock. You know what I mean? So like for me, it was like, what do I have? Of course, you know, I happen to study horns. Like I play trumpet, I play saxophone, and I actually studied like horn composition. And so I was like, okay, these soul records like Willie Hutch and you know, and Curtis Mayfield use a lot of horns in there. So I should mimic some of those sounds to do something very similar. And I think that what gave me value. So like to your question, you know, people will reach out and they'll say, I'm looking for a specific sound. And I think Motif is in the same position where people come to him for a specific thing because he offers something that no one else does, right? And has like a specific thing that he can give to them in exchange, you know, for the placements or the notoriety or whatever it may be. But before, actually, real quick, I just want to say something real fast. I want to give my man Diamond a shout out too, who was supposed to be here today. Right. Diamond unfortunately caught COVID, so he was going to be with us. Diamond's a phenomenal producer,
super dope,
and crazy on the keys, synthesis, everything. The man is worked with Ski and Currency, and he's good. So I just want to give a quick shout out to him. But yeah.
Okay, so now you got these records created. You're sitting on all these different, you know, samples. What's the next step? Are you reaching out to people? Obviously, they're reaching out to you. Is it more about setting up the sessions and seeing how everything integrates? Well, T, what's your experience been like with that?
Oh man, so if I'm home, if I'm not like outside moving around, I'll have an email list of producers that I send stuff to. Sometimes I might get a text message like, "Hey, I'm looking for stuff for such and such and such." I might have it already, or I might have to create it that day or for that week. I'll put it on my itinerary. Now, if it's something like I'm traveling, let's say I go to California, I have some connects out there, people that I've sent stuff over time. Now I can go and physically be in a room with them, create, build a relationship, make an organic exchange rather than it being email. It's fine. There's nothing wrong with email. But I will say, if you can get in the room with the people that you're sending stuff to,
100%.
It's going to solidify a lot more. They can get to know you, who you are, your personality. And then because it's about you know, being a people person. You want to be able to work with people you don't mind being around. You know what I'm saying? Like it's about creating that synergy. Like work with people that you want to be around with, work with people that you admire, and hopefully it works out.
And what about you, Stat? What's your process?
Yeah, so I think kind of what Motif said is like spot on, like reliability too, being reliable, right? Because a lot of these guys have deadlines. Matter of fact, just taking a step back for a second, funny story, we were just talking about it out there actually. When I was talking about having value for yourself and understanding what you do, that's how I met Motif. He literally tweeted and was like, I need somebody to play horns.
Facts.
And so I hit him up and I'm like, I knew about Record Collective, I was a real big fan of his music. And I was like, yo, I would love to work with you, man. And that's how the relationship started. So, you know, just going back to that for a second. But yeah, just honestly, I think a lot of it has to do with this, like connecting with somebody and just being reliable, being punctual, like showing up on time, being able to deliver on time, and you know, just being a good person. Yeah. Like I think that is something that goes so far. Like me and you've had conversations about that before, with just being like just a good person and wanting to help out. Like that really, I've been very lucky to build a community of producers who use my work, and I think it's just because I listen. I just listen to what, because I'm honored they use my stuff, honestly. And I love hearing new beats. I love hearing it, and that's really helped me quite a bit. So I think that's another really important aspect. Yeah.
Dope. So, you know, there's a conversation out there all the time on social media with creatives in general about there's different platforms. There's the Splices, there's the Sounds. Now there's Waves.com. There's TrackLib. There's people that send out their own drums or send out their own piano or guitar riffs or the case may be. How different is the creator of the sample pack or samples in general than in that conversation? How do you guys apply what you do to that conversation?
Me?
Either one.
Man.
And the reason why I ask is because there's I think that some people look down on people that just make loops or make
So
sounds.
actually, so let me talk about this for a second, because this is like,
I want to talk about the perception.
no,
of
no,
the
no,
reality.
no, that's actually a good question. So
Great
all right,
question.
all right. So here's the thing. I actually told somebody recently who, because my catalog's been doing so well on TrackLib, that I've had a lot of people approaching me about buying rights in my publishing recently. It's been happening quite a bit, and I can tell you right now, I hate, with a capital H, being referred to as a loop maker. Our conversation will end very quick. I make soul records. I make jazz records. I make records. That's what I do, and I offer them to people to sample, because it's music that I'm passionate about, and I know that that's the best avenue to get it heard, honestly. Thank you, man. I appreciate that. It's something that's really important to me. As a matter of fact, I think the very first time me and you met, we had this conversation.
Yes,
he literally said to me the same exact thing. He was like, yo, I'm a composer first.
Yes.
Like, me and this man have studied years of music, and for somebody to call me, oh, you make loops. Not that there's anything wrong with making a loop, because loop's part of hip hop, right?
Right.
But at the same time, it's just like, we're making 1 minute, 2 minute compositions that may have 5, 6, 7 loops in them for somebody to use, and just to say that that's that is crazy. You know what I mean? And I know, and I would love to hear your thoughts on this, because specifically recently, this has been coming up a lot. I think a Producer Grind podcast recently talked about this, about people like 5, 6, 7 songwriters on a song on a loop. I mean, you had this conversation as well. That's why I want everybody to hear what you're saying.
There.
So
That's a hot take.
I'll stop there, but yeah, just stop. Like, that's a conversation that went quick with me. If you refer to me as a loop maker, like I'm like, not that it's a bad thing, but I think it's just like, to me, it's like the difference between a beat maker and a producer, where a producer is making beats, of course, but they're also helping craft a sound, right? Like, Alchemist to me is a producer because he created a sound. Derringer is a producer because he created a sound, right? And that's what we're trying to do.
You know what's crazy? Ironically, I was in Atlanta, and I was having this convo with Fuse, and he's a genius. You know what he said to me? Because I was having that convo, and I was like, yo, yeah, loop makers, samples, producers, beat me. I'm like, and he said something, he's like, bro, it doesn't matter. Really, he had a term for it, and I'm crediting him because he said this. He said, you're a multi-producer, meaning you might write the song, you might engineer, you might make the beat, you might mix the song, you might, you know what I'm saying? Like, all of those multiple parts of what it takes to create a record that might take 5 people or maybe 1 person. But I think that goes into the whole why people look down on loops and things like that, because it might be like the business part of it. Like, well, if I sample this, if I sample your sample, and you got 5 people on it, I gotta split that with 5 of y'all.
Right,
it's like, well,
not really.
not really.
Exactly.
No, I think, but that's the perception.
Right.
When you hear, oh, there's 10 people on a record, 9 times out of 10, it probably wasn't split 10 ways.
No way.
Impossible.
No way.
You know what I'm saying? So you got to think about it. Well, if I bring you this sample, and if me and my friend go make this sample, and I bring it to you, then you and your buddy go put drums on it. Now there's 4 producers on the record, right?
Yep.
Should we split it? Should we split it evenly? We could. Do we have to?
No. There's no rules. And I was gonna say, I think another way to look at this, and I think it's funny you asked that question, because if you guys saw, me and him perked up real quick. But I think it's also important to note that I look at my work in the studio as very similar to like my day job of working at the school. I have teammates that work with me that are very good at specific things, and why would I try to take their job when they can do it even better than me, right? So what's important to me to understand is say, okay, if I have something that is specific for somebody, if I get a request from an artist about something specific, I know that horns are my strong point, but I can tell you guys, I'm not very good at guitar. That's a weak point for me, right? So I might reach out to somebody to play guitar on a track, or I take classes to learn how to play the guitar better, or something like that. It's very parallel, to like just professional life in a sense, where like I feel like, it may say it's a static link sample, but there may have been a bunch of people working on it. And I equate that to jazz music.
Oh.
Jazz music's been doing this forever, right? You have a Miles Davis record and John Coltrane's playing saxophone, but being credited like on the cover, you know what I mean? But that record would not be a Miles Davis record, you know, without, you know, John Coltrane.
That's right.
You know, so it's a very similar situation to that.
I want to talk about the business of it a little bit, but I want to be transparent, but not so specific.
Yeah.
So you work with Fuse.
Yeah.
Let's say you provide him with one of your samples, but he makes most of the beat, right? So the sample, he's bringing the drums, he's bringing
Yes.
additional melody lines, maybe he brings in a singer or whatever the case may be. You guys have a relationship, but in general, if that was the case generically, how would you break down the business on the split side?
So it could go a few ways. Now, typically, I like to split it down the middle because I'm not administering who you're bringing in on your side on something that I 100% own. So now, if you say to me, "Hey," I always say 50-50 because you're coming in with something, somebody's bringing in something additional to what you're bringing in. Now, some people like to argue, well, I got the placement. I had to talk to this person. I had to take 2 planes in a boat, and then I had to drive like 5 hours to go to this session. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I know
like,
exactly
no, for
what
real,
you're
for real. Like, you might have had to jump through some hoops and some fires and some caves to get this placement. But if you didn't sample me, you made the beat on your own, you still would have had to go through that same process. So I never understood why people would use that as far as like validation, but it's collaborating. Like, we collaborating together. It shouldn't matter, you know what I'm saying?
And in all reality, if that was a sample from somebody who actually commercially released the record,
Yeah, it'd be crazy.
the hoops that you would have had to jump through for that would have been crazy too.
Well, I
And you would have
think-
probably given up a lot more than maybe half the pub on that.
We get I feel like composers, and I'm gonna say loop makers. That's a new school term. I
Sure.
call it a new school term.
Yeah, I like
right?
it. I like it.
That's what the kids are saying. Loop makers. All right, cool. I can get with it. I don't take offense to it anymore. We're like, okay, like the reason why they look down on it is because it's like, well, you make this, you sent it to me, you're not in a room with me, so sometimes it might feel like impersonal, like
Transactional.
I don't really know you.
Yeah.
So it's like, so that's why I say get in a room with people, like that matters. Like, if they don't see your face, it's almost like, well, you just sending me stuff to get placements. Like, well, I'm trying to build an organic relationship with you and create a business situation so we could both make money and continue to get placements rather than thinking situational. I'm going to just send a sample, get a placement, and I'm going to move on. And it's like, well, then you're being an opportunist.
Right. You want to be more invested in it.
Yeah. You know what I'm
I was going to say, I think, too, something that's really important as part of this, in my opinion, and I think you are on the same page from past conversations. We love the placements. Like, we want the placements. But at the same time, you know, our support from the underground is so awesome that, like, even if the placements we don't get the percentages we want, we're lucky enough to be able to have such a community that supports us so well that we're still able to make a living doing what we love.
Yes.
And sometimes I look at the placements, like, for example, you recently had the Freddie Gibbs.
Yeah.
And, you know, we had a conversation that's crazy exposure, you know what I mean? And having that opportunity, because that translates into outside sales for other things, you know what I mean? Because people go searching for that sample, might sell packs that way. Elkin just had the same thing with Jeezy, was it? No, who was it?
Like recently?
Yeah, didn't he do one?
Metro Boomin.
Metro, yeah.
Yeah. We did Metro Spider.
And that whole scenario there, you know, people are now looking for that sample, and you're getting sales off the packs and stuff like that. So that's, you know, it doesn't necessarily have to translate directly to that.
And for those of you who don't really have maybe the privilege of dealing with the label direct on a lot of placements, you'll know that when you start to, even a sample that was made from you will have to get a disclaimer from the creator.
Especially royalty-free stuff.
Yeah,
Oh,
like
my
it's
God.
it's a very taunting and specific conversation because, you know, a couple years ago I placed a record with like Charles Hamilton's last album on Republic. They were trying to basically whatever. So Symphony, you remember Symphony, right?
Yeah.
So me and Symphony went in. We basically took everything that he did over sampled beats and cut and paste vocals into beats without samples. It was like having like heart surgery with a butter knife with your hand tied behind your back and a mask on. It was just crazy. But the conversation with the label is they want to know where did the drums come from. So he actually used a bunch of Illmind packs So we had to get a letter from Ilman, a disclaimer from the website, a snapshot of the actual website, a snapshot of the conversation with Ilman. They wanted like 5 or 6 different things from this conversation because they wanted to make sure these weren't, samples that somebody's going to call later and ask for more money from.
Yeah.
So that's a real conversation. And on a side note too, I don't know if you're familiar with the records, 7 Rings from Ariana Grande, but they sampled Sound of Music. Well, that was the same melody, and they used some of the parts of that. They came in and wanted 90% of that sample, and there was 7 creators on that record, and Ariana took half of what was left. So there's 6 creators who have to now.
Oh man.
You know what I'm saying? So it's kind of crazy how this whole thing works. With,
you forgot the part that now you have to wait 2 years to get paid.
Right.
So a year to get paid.
Let's get a pub deal that you on the front. But anyway, so throughout the day, the conversations will be from, okay, we make samples, this is why, this is the business behind it, to, okay, hey, we use samples, this is why we like to, this is the business behind it.
Yeah.
And then the last conversation with Ken is more about, okay, can't clear the sample, we love the sample, but we love the feel of the record. Let me show you what we can do to make this actually happen by replaying or creating a interpolation of the actual record. So that's why these creator convos these are things we all talk about.
Right.
You know what I'm saying, in general. And this is where we apply the knowledge from people that have been going through it on a daily basis. So give us an example, you can both speak on this, of a record that you've placed with another producer, and how it got from maybe the beginning of the conversation to it actually being released. Just give me like how it happened, how you guys worked it out. Give me the journey.
Go for it.
I got a great one.
Okay.
Rick Ross, Richer Than I've Ever Been, Me and Black Metaphor. That record is actually a replay. It's actually a replay. Now.
Idols joint?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, not Idols.
Okay.
The title track for the last album he put out. Richer Than I've Ever Been.
Okay.
So that record is like 2 years old. Like we started in 2020 of November. I remember we was working on it. He called, he was like, yo, got this record with Ross, but it's a sample, man. I want you to play it. I'm like, I bet. I'm not.
Send it over.
You got right on it, right? So, a year later, I think Ross ended up dropping a snippet of it a couple months later. I'm like, oh my God, when is this going to come out?
Yep.
It comes out a year later. Now, in this case, because I'm known for composing my own stuff, I'm getting a placement off a replay. Now,
which is another hustle.
Yeah, I love it.
It's an interpolation. Yep.
Initially, when we did the business on it, I'll be honest, it was not 50-50. It started out not 50-50, to be honest. The reason why I started out not 50-50 because the sample, they came in, it was like, yeah, they're trying to take majority. But we had to let them know, hey, this was replayed. We only took 10 seconds of a replay, and then I went in and added more melodic elements to, emphasize this one chop. It was a chop. They wanted 50 or more % for a chop. So we had to argue, hey, we replayed this, and then we add other stuff. We should just split this down the middle.
Right.
And they had 4 people on their side because they were a band. They had 4 people on their side. So in the end, it worked out. We split it down. Now sometimes you gotta argue. You know what I'm saying? That's part of the Okay, I won't use the word argue. Negotiation. Yeah. That's the word. That's the proper word. You never want to argue. You're negotiating. You want to just negotiate what's fair. You have to state your stance on what you're trying to negotiate, and eventually it works out. It's not 1, 2, 3.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Sometimes it can be.
This is like a great conversation as a segue into publishing, honestly. But I just,
man.
So I'll give you 2 scenarios. One was a scenario that was crazy so this was 2 or 3 years ago. I actually got asked to come out to California. They were doing a Miles Davis tribute record. And I got asked to, my man Ricky, who's in the back of the room, he actually went out there with me. And we were out, we went out there to play the record. We sat in the studio. I got Miles Davis trumpet takes from the vaults of Sony, right? I literally had them in my Ableton sessions, right? Which was crazy. His son was putting the record together. We did all the record. I played bass on it. We did saxophone. I did some programming and engineering on it. And the publishing story, needless to say, the idea of the record was to take because Miles obviously built a career on like pushing what jazz is, right? I think everybody understands that. His records changed over time. So his son wanted to make a record that was dance music, like that was supposed to be dance music and hip hop oriented pop music style stuff. And we did the record, came out crazy. There was 5 songwriters on the song. We got approval from 4 of them. One of them said, "No, you're destroying his legacy. Record still hasn't come out to this day," and that was in 2018. You know, and it had Lana Hathaway on it. She was singing on it. We did a bunch of work on it, and it just never came out. And it was crazy. Yeah. Layla Hathaway. Yeah. Crazy. Yeah. So that's one story. Publishing, it's like you were saying, it can be difficult to negotiate with everybody. The other side of this was sometimes it's just very easy, and I want to give a major shout out to TrackLib on this, because a lot of the stuff we're talking about, TrackLib has really helped take a lot of that out of the equation. For example, every single license that I've cleared with them this year has been super easy. Like I get a notification, they send me an email, I see that it's there, I go on ASCAP, the splits are correct, and everything's good. So I mean, that really changed my career.
And
honestly.
you're clearing the music pennies on the dollar versus what you would do in the real world. If they're getting a lawyer and chasing the person down, and so everything on there is actually sampleable and clearable at the same time.
That's right, and and then on top of that, I'm building a reputation with them, which helps because the labels have deals with them as well. So it's just really easy. And there's, like I said, there's like 200 samples I cleared on there. And then honestly, the only like major placement I got this year was actually on Spring Clean 2 with you.
Fire.
Yeah. Which was Fuse. And
Currency.
In Currency, yep. And all I did was just send them records. As a matter of fact, that one's interesting because he sent me one. They sent me a contract, and he was basically like, this may come out, this may not, I don't know. And that's actually happened to me quite a bit, and I think you could probably talk about that too, where like I think I have a placement, and then like 3, 4, 5 months go by. I was supposed to be on the Jeezy record.
Album comes out.
The album comes out, you're not there. Rook actually DM'd me. He was like, "Yo, like I told you he was gonna be on the Jeezy record, man." He's like, "I'm sorry, maybe I'll get you on the Conway album because they're working on Conway. He'd been using my stuff." But it's like that scenario. Basically, 2 days before it came out, I actually found out I was on the record, and I remember I had a project that was going up on TrackLib, and I had to email them and be like, "Yo, take this record out of there because it's not part of it anymore."
Wow.
So, but yeah,
That's crazy.
So I guess how many producers we have out here in the audience? Producers.
Hey,
Okay.
all right.
So producers, we already know how stressful it could be trying to get placements, right? Or you just imagine like getting to the point where the placement's about to happen, album is supposed to come out tomorrow, and then all of a sudden the record you thought that was going to be on it after you signed a contract, and we're told it was going to be on the record, and all of a sudden now it's not on the record. Jeez. And it happens a lot though, because there's a lot of hard drives full of records, and
man.
You know what I'm saying? So these guys, as sample creators and musicians and producers, they go through the same exact thing as you guys do. So it falls hand in hand. It's very like lateral, very
Well, that's
lateral.
what I was saying too. That's why I don't rely on those. And I know you're the same.
Yeah.
They're great. We love them because we get to work with someone like, dude, like I'm working with Rook from Justice League, bro. Like that's like I listened to Justice League, man, when I was like years ago, Yeah. And so like I'm honored to be able to work with these guys, but I can't base my career on that. You know what I mean? So like for me, it's more or less like if they happen, awesome. If they don't happen, that's okay. You know what I mean? Because now I have this other thing, and I think I would encourage everybody in this room to, when you're putting together your business plan, you'll never just be like a person who makes beats or a person who writes songs. Right. You're gonna have so many hustles to do what you want to do, and then develop that niche, and then understand that now you have a product.
Yeah, bro.
Give it up for these guys one time, man. Show them some love. Do we have any questions out there? Anybody have a question for these guys in regards to sampling? Sure. Just introduce yourself and ask the question.
What's up, guys?
What are you doing?
I go by Spice Productions. I'm a producer, audio engineer. I had a question about the business aspect. When you're talking about collaborating with musicians to create a sample, and it's your name on the sample, right? Are the other musicians getting paid as like a work for hire to help you compose that piece, and then it's basically up to you to do something with the composition, or are they still getting something on the back end?
That's right.
Yeah, go for it.
It's situational. Sometimes you might. I think I've done that one time. I worked with a guitarist and I paid him for like 4 hours. But then you might meet a homie like that plays guitar, is real dope. You build a working relationship, and you just give them credit, give them publishing, they get production credit with you. That's how I like to do it. I don't like to work for hire. I mean, it could work in certain situations, if you're looking for a certain thing, and it's like just that one thing and it's out. Now, if you're trying to build a relationship, it go like if you notice, we keep going back to building relationships. Like
Yes, totally.
you're building a relationship with a musician. Y'all have a business situation where you might not have to pay them up front, but they're getting paid on in advance and again publishing. And now you got somebody you can rely on because you have a working business relationship.
Yeah, I would agree with that, and I think just to talk about that for a second too. You know, there's a famous story of, I can't remember his name. I should know his name, but Michael Jackson's Thriller.
Oh, Greg Phillip Gangs. I know
Okay,
exactly what you're talking
yeah,
about.
right.
Yeah.
So this is a scenario where basically they offered a part of the record for Thriller, right? Or $10,000, right? He decided to take the 10K. This is a story that I've heard many times in music business classes. The record goes on. His equivalent, if he would have just took splits, would have been like 6 or 7 million, and he took 10K. I think it just depends on the scenario and being straightforward with what it is you need them to do, right? So I personally am somebody that likes what, like Motif said, like I like everybody to feel like they're fairly compensated, but sometimes given a person's situation, they may want an upfront payment, you know, maybe because they're struggling or, you know, they may want to do something, and that's totally fine too. You know, just got to be transparent about it.
Right, and I'll give you a real example too, something that happened recently. That same album, Rather You Than Me.
Oh, really?
I mean, please don't tape this. No, we're taping it.
It's about to get real.
Nah, man, hey, man.
The album organization was a challenge. There was a lot of producers, a lot of musicians on the actual album. And I think sometimes, depending on your conversation with the producer initially, really kind of leads to where ultimately that end result will be. I'll give you an example. DJ Khalil comes in, produces a record. All 12 musicians left off the credits.
Ooh.
Right?
That's rough.
No, now I don't know if they were work for hire or if they got paid on the public side or whatever the case may be. I had a pianoist, artist, writer come in and work with one of the producers on the album. And because there was such a rush to get this album information in, he was left off, right? So the hoops that I had to go through to get him his credit on the Wikipedia, on the digital release, they were still doing some hard copies. And like the finance team all like left, like 3 people from the finance team left in the middle of all this. So you know how there's like a short form declaration, there's a letter of intent, there's a split sheet, there's a long form. Did it like 3 times just for this one record.
That's crazy.
I had to go to the AFM, right, to get my musician paid.
Jesus.
And I billed them triple what he did.
Oh.
Because the time that he was there for, he only did this little thing, but he was there for like 3 days.
Oh.
So when the producer found out that he didn't get credited, he was like, bro, like, bill me this, like invoice me this. But the problem was is that because he wasn't on the original credit, the label wouldn't pay out. So I had to go to AFM and have them get a check for him. He got paid faster than most of the producers on the album. On top of that, the producer said, hey, go in the room and just, you know, play around with this idea. He didn't tell him that, hey, play this exactly like this. That's where the conversation between work for hire and producer comes in, right? Because if you're not getting, if you're just a work for hire, generally you're not getting pub.
No.
9.9 times out of 10. If you are a work for hire, you're getting paid an upfront fee to do it. You know what I'm saying? To do the work based on your time and whatnot. But if I go in there and I'm playing my own thing and that gets picked, you should get pub.
Yes, right. Yeah.
He didn't get an upfront fee. He didn't get pub. He didn't get credit. I had to go and chase.
Which kind of piggybacks off the Michael Jackson thing, because with Thriller, he actually created that bass line that I remember specifically, and then he didn't. That was his choice, but yeah.
And honestly, just like most conversations, we always talk about like relationships, right? Relationships are super important, but I think the communication within the relationship is the most important thing.
Yeah.
The following up, like he wasn't telling me he was in the studio with this other producer, so I couldn't keep track of it, and you know, like it goes deeper than sometimes, oh, the producer screwed me over or the label screwed me over. You got to realize that sometimes we as individuals, we kind of go in wanting to create and just have fun and do our thing, but then when the check gets cut and we're over here in the corner eating McDonald's and this person's eating a steak with Chris.
They going on vacation.
Right. You see photos of Biza, you know what I'm saying? Like, so the conversation goes really deep, but I think one of the opportunities we have as a creative community, and that's why we do these events, is to learn things about that.
Yeah.
But you're just happy to be in the room sometimes. You're like, oh my God, I'm in the room with so-and-so. I'm happy to be here. Okay. The record gets bought for $10,000. You didn't even get a check. You didn't even get a mention. You didn't get a pub. You didn't get anything. Like, you're like, okay. You're thinking differently now. Hopefully you think differently. Sorry, I rambled on. Any other questions?
Great question.
Go ahead, Ben.
How often do you, for both of you guys, how often do you guys encounter issues for like replays of samples and like interpolating things? 'Cause I noticed you said something about, you know, they after you have replayed that chop, they were still trying to take percentages from it. So, and I do understand like the copyright aspects, but it's like, you know, I'm sure you guys understand working around it. So it's like, after doing all that, you know, how often do you still encounter that?
Well, I think there's ways around it, and also too, most labels that I've been dealing with lately, they have musicologists. That can hear well, there's musicologists, and they have AI generated
software,
system that can find samples similar to it, or if it's been used in other instances. So
does everybody know what a musicologist is? Does everybody know that word? Because it's kind of a weird one you don't hear often.
It's not a mixologist. Somebody who makes drinks.
Yeah.
It's a musicologist.
Musicologist. Which is funny because I always knew what a musicologist was from an academic standpoint, just from being in this education for a long time, but I never knew this until recently. I had a situation for a replay, actually. Or they actually had a musicologist, and I was like, oh, this is actually what they do for a job. Because I always thought they were like, musicologists like taught classes at a school. Like, I thought that was like the thing. But no, labels, you're right, labels do hire them, and they study, and they'll listen to it, and they'll say, all right, this could potentially be, like lawyers will actually usually have certain musicologists they work with, and they'll listen to the tracks, and they'll say, okay, this is close enough, this is not. But keep in mind, like, I think this is really important. When it comes to replays, or it comes to like how close is a record released or related to another one, it's up to a jury or a judge, right? So it's not like black and white. It's a very gray area, like
very gray.
Yeah, so it becomes a court case. They'll literally ask somebody's. It's like opinion. Do you think this was close enough?
It's like asking like a witness who's a doctor about whatever brain damage or something. Is this consistent with
So a lot of times
symptoms, etc.
With the musicologists that I work with, and I think what you're talking about is they basically were like they listened to the record, and they're like, yeah, you got a case here. No, you don't got a case here. And then if it doesn't get their approval, then it doesn't even move on past that point.
That seems smart.
Yeah. Yep. And then AI though, like you were saying, you can run them through programs now.
That makes me think about talking about replays and that issue and things like that. Makes me think about Pharrell.
Yeah, blurred lines. Blurred lines. Yeah.
Marvin Gaye.
Yep.
I don't know if y'all remember that.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
That was crazy.
Yeah, it was.
Because that wasn't a sample; it was a feel.
Yeah.
Like.
Yep.
So it was basically somebody.
That's what I'm saying.
That's
That's what I'm saying. When it comes to the business side of it, in the U.S., it's so gray. And there's like, for example, think about this, right? The blurred line situation. If you walk into the court arrogant and they don't like you as a person, they might vote against you because it's all personal. It's opinion.
It is.
And so when they rule that out, it's like a very weird thing.
But I'll tell you what, it changed a lot of people's perspective on how to get music, to the public and how to present it. Like we haven't had many issues like that since.
No,
I'm surprised. I'm really surprised Bruno Mars didn't go through a lot of issues because he has some really familiar stuff going on and whatnot. But yeah, it even comes down to how many of y'all maybe made a beat and heard somebody over a beat similar, and like, I feel like I did that beat. Well, I played the beat for somebody, and I think somebody stole it. You know what I'm saying? Like there's AI stuff for that now, so you could actually go to an entertainment attorney and actually go push that forward. It costs a lot of money. So you got to think, is it worth it? Okay, this record came out, it's got 10 streams on it. I'm not going to waste my time. But if it's a $1 billion, industry record, one of those big records, then you might want to do it. Yeah. What are the questions you got out here? Go ahead, Guru Day.
I don't know if y'all went over this before I came, but there's a conversation about like copywriting, like beats and stuff like that. So when y'all make samples, do y'all like copyright them as well, or is it a case where like once you make it, it's already copyrighted?
That's a good question.
It's a great question. You want to take it?
I guess I'll kind of answer it the best way I can.
Cool.
So I'm gonna be honest. I've never
me neither.
to the Congress of Library.
Me neither. And I can tell you why. I know he's gonna get into it, but
I don't know anyone who has. I'm gonna be honest though. That's dangerous. I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna be really honest. Like you should do that. if you don't do that, there's also a poor man's.
Yeah, exactly.
Copyright.
Yes, yeah,
You have a file of it, you put it in the mail, and you send it to yourself. You could do
And
that.
Also, too, now with computers, they timestamp like on your hard drive when things were made. So if it becomes part of it, they can subpoena your laptop.
My attorney was here right now. He'd be like,
going crazy.
no, that's not how you do it.
No, I know.
But the timestamp is more official because it's digital. It's on the file. It's on the Pro Tool file. Whatever you use, that's super legit. I know people actually have tried to do the poor man's that have got overturned because they didn't do it in time. So, nowadays it's very easy to copyright things. You could actually copyright up to like 35 works in one submission, and the cost hasn't changed much. And you can do it all online, as opposed to what we used to do back in the day. You had to mail in everything from the CD to the it's just crazy. Nowadays it makes it easier. Go ahead.
Let me piggyback on that. It's a thing, Song Secure. You ever heard of that?
Yeah.
Song Secure. They also do the copyright.
Oh hell yeah!
And I think it's $10 a song, or you can pay every month like $20, unlimited songs that you can.
That's dope.
You get the certificate
Right away.
Oh, that's dope.
That's awesome.
Go ahead, Greg.
So basically, just for both of y'all, what are some of your favorite artists, producers that you look up to?
Whew.
Love
You
that.
give me like two each.
Yeah. Oh man, right now. So like producer-wise, I love everything Griselda's doing. That's like my bread and butter, man. I'm a huge Alchemist fan. Love Derringer. It's like my thing. All the stuff Westside Gunn's releasing, that's like my thing. I listen, honestly, I don't really listen to much hip hop, to be honest with you. I do, but I listen to music differently now because I studied a lot. So I'm listening, like I said, like literally this morning I was listening to Willie Hutch on the way over here because I was like, my community's asking for more sample soul stuff, so I need to put myself in that mind state. You know what I mean? And so I've been listening to a lot of soul. But then I'm a huge fan of this man, to be honest with you. Like he's one of my favorites. I actually go. Whenever Rucker puts out a record, I study that shit too. Like it's literally just like me listening to Willie Hutch, honestly.
Yeah.
So
Thanks,
yeah.
Got a little creator sample bromance going on up here. Any other questions? Go ahead, Spice.
When it comes to a situation where, you brought up the example before, you get told you're gonna get on a record, everything's done, you got paid, or maybe you didn't, and it doesn't come out.
Mm.
Is it still considered a placement?
I don't know. It's a good question. I probably not. I don't know. I mean, honestly, like I was saying at the beginning, like I used to be somebody who was really concerned about placements. Matter of fact, like around the time I met Hatch, I was like really working with him to try to get placements and stuff like that. But anymore, honestly, for me, it's more about the relationship. If I love talking to these guys just because like I'm a fan of their work. So it's like, like when we chat, like I'll send them records, and if they use them, great. If not, but the fact that they still reach out to me for stuff, I just know that the relationship's strong. So that to me, like, it's sometimes, most of the time actually, it's out of the hands of the producer. Like, I was supposed to be on Jeezy. Rook hit me, he was like, yo, this is good. He's like, they're gonna be sending a contract for you. He was like, the record's fire, bro. He's like, you killed it. He literally played me a little snippet of it, you know what I mean? And then the record came out, and he literally apologized. He literally sent me a sorry message. He was like, yo, I thought it was gonna be on it. He's like, so a lot of times, it's out of the hands of the artist. Yeah. Maybe because I was making soulful stuff. Jeezy was making club music on the last record, pretty much, so it didn't really fit the vibe of the record, which I understand. And so he was like, "Yo," he goes, "I'm just gonna show it to Conway," you know what I mean, or something like that. And that relationship stays strong. So I think more for me, I love the fact that I'm working with these guys more than the placements themselves. But that's a good question.
That's dope.
Yeah, it's interesting because sometimes they look like they're L's, right?
Yeah.
But they're learns. They're not losses.
That's
you get an
man,
opportunity to really understand
100.
the process. I'll give you a quick story. You everybody know who Sha Money XL is?
Yeah.
G-Unit CEO.
Yeah, of course.
Man.
Yeah.
So I used to manage a producer by the name of Frequency.
Yeah, I remember Frequency. Yeah, I remember that.
Oh, years ago, he was doing my events, and I was like, let me work with him, shop some of his music. Turns out one of my good friends was his co-manager. I didn't know about it, so we started working together. Turns out, Sha Money XL one day hits me and goes, yo, I sent an email out to the A&R, hey, I'd sent some records, and I'm just kind of checking up on the records, and I CC'd Sha Money because somebody didn't hide him on an email that they sent out to everybody. So I was like, you know what? I'm going to CC him too and see what happens. Hits me right back and says, yo, the record that you sent from Frequency is Young Buck's next single.
Wow.
And I'm like, This is like the height of G Unit. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's crazy.
And I'm like, what? Like, word? He's like, yeah. He's like, you can come to the office or whatever, and we could talk business. Go to the office. Long story. He got married, went on vacation, couldn't find the record. Buck didn't know how to send MP3s out. It was just craziness. Finally, he's like, yo, I got the record. Come through. I was literally working in my house in my underwear, just like off the laptop. Like, he's like, can you be here in an hour? And I'm like, an hour and 20 minutes away. So I'm like, shit. I put on clothes, obviously. And I went out there. I get to the room. He's like, yo, this record is fire. We love this record. It's crazy. Presses play. I got a straight face. I'm not nodding. I'm not doing anything. He stops me midway. He's like, what's wrong? That's not my producer's record, dog. Turns out it was another frequency that spelled his name PHR instead of FRE, or whatever the case may be. And so it's crazy because Lloyd Banks and Tony Ayo are in the room, in the conference room at G, if you ever used to be up there on 30th. And they're looking at the A&R, D Prosper, and D was like, hold on a second. Runs in the room, prints out the email that I sent him. Just prints out the conversation. Comes back. And I'm like, yeah, dog, my guy is frequency. Like, you spelled it right. This is frequency with a PH. Wrong producer. So they were clowning on D Prosper. Buck and Yayo. Shaw called me in his office, and he's like, I'm sorry, bro. Like, that was super unprofessional. He's like, but just want to let you know, like, the way we communicated was dope. Like, you were real professional. He's like, you have a complete open door policy with me. Anytime you want to come down to the office, the studio, whatever. So I went through, saw Mobb Deep when they got signed. Like, I was in with Buck Banks a couple times, whatever. But the crazy thing was he communicated or contacted me a year later, and that's when we did the one-stop shop producer conference with him in Arizona, which is like one of the biggest. It was like 900 producers, 400 walk-ups the day of. You know what I'm saying? So that helped me and my brand because I was hosting the events. Everybody saw me. They were like, they were RZA, Swizz, High Tech, Primo, you know what I'm saying, Q-Tip. It was just nuts. Tony Ayo was running around with a bag. Yo, 50's coming out. He needs CD. He needs beats. It was just a wild environment. Yeah. But what up?
Was too that this is just so common now. Right. Like no matter the level you're at, like every single producer, no matter where they're at, has records that are supposed to be there but don't get it. So like you said, they're definitely not L's. It's just a fact of being in the business. You know what I mean? And that's why you can't concentrate on it. As long as when you get that message that says, yo, I'm really sorry, like I was like, it's all good, bro. Like, I know it's not you. Like, you like the record. That's good enough for me, man. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
And that's how,
Absolutely, man. So, it's also very random. You just never know when it could happen.
Mm-hmm.
You think it's just by, okay, I'm going to meetings, I'm giving out beats, I'm going to sessions, I'm giving out beats.
Right.
But it could be a tweet that somebody says, hey, I'm looking for this. And that's how these guys meet. And these guys, their legacy will now live on and on and on. So, one more question. Brown Jewel.
My question is, a lot of you, both of you focused on music artists, but as composers and sample creators, what about sync placement?
Ooh, that's a great question.
Oh,
Sync placements.
Oh. So, I've got.
This happened for you recently, right?
Yeah, I've got some sync placements.
Yeah, you did something recently, right? I think you remember you telling me that. Did you do something for Disney or something like that?
No, it was for Paramount.
Paramount. Okay.
And it was that On the Come Up movie.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a whole debacle about that. I don't really like that.
Okay. Bad subject.
But my goal is to, yes, compose. Like, see, like sync is when something like you have and it's already published, and they use it, they license it, and they put it in the film. Getting a call, say, hey, we want you to write the music for this film.
Yeah.
I didn't get that call yet.
Yeah.
I'm waiting. I don't want to say I'm waiting for that call, but I would like to create that opportunity to compose for a film one day.
Same page for me. I've done some sync placements with stuff that I've already made, but I haven't gotten that call yet, and I'm working on it. I'm actually working with a lot of people on stuff like that right now, because that is actually a major goal for me.
Yeah. I actually started a sync brand about 1.5 years ago called Made by Us Music. There's actually some people in the room that were signed to me. And we identified how important sync was years ago, but we felt like we had the opportunity to do it now. One of my partners is actually, he's got over 800 placements on film and TV. And he's my partner, and he navigates us through this whole process. So sync is definitely an opportunity. It's got to be all original music. Obviously you can create samples for it as well, but the sync space is very, very lucrative. If anybody doesn't know anything about sync, I would say look into that heavy. Film, TV, video games, jingles, online content. know that it's a different type of environment in terms of how to prepare for sync placements. They give you a lot more information than maybe an A&R would, or an artist even, or a manager. They don't just tell you, hey, I need hot shit. You know what I'm saying? They're going to say, we need a record like this. It's got a tempo like this and a key like this with this type of story. And here are 5 examples. And
I can give one example. Actually, this is like 3 years ago. And I think my man Ricky was in the studio for this one, too. Me and him do a lot of sessions together. Oh, yeah. But we got a call to do a sync for Budweiser for the Super Bowl through a connection that I had. And they're like, we're considered a bunch of records. They wanted Eminem's Till I Collapse. That's what they wanted. But they couldn't. M wanted $350K to clear it. And so they're like, we want a record that's very similar to that. Like, all right, cool. I'm like, well, you know, how long do we have it? They're like, you have 24 hours. And I was like, okay. So we booked an all-night session. I see him laughing back there because he remembers. We booked an all-night session. We were in the studio. We did a bunch of records for it. The pay for that sync was $100K because that was a third of the cost for the M thing. We ended up not getting it, but we were one of the people they considered. And that was all outlined, like Hatch was saying, you know, told exactly what they looked for, the length they wanted, the key it was supposed to be in. They had sections where they wanted the drums to drop out because the image was changing on the screen, all that kind of stuff.
That's right.
But like you said, I mean, $100K. You know, what I mean, that was the biggest one I've ever even been offered. But like, you know, that's crazy. Just
I've heard of. Well, I've been a part of ones that have been up to like $350K.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah, it's nuts.
Yeah, they're very lucrative.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Yep.
We actually got an opportunity, a brief from a company. You know, ever heard of that company, Fructis Garni? It's like a hair company. They do hair products. Yeah. They sent me a brief, and they were saying that they wanted something that sounded like, you know, Lizzo's whatever song was out at the time. If it's a popular song or a popular producer, we'll pay out $900K. If it's an unknown producer, we'll pay out $500K.
What?
Okay, that'll work. You know what I mean?
$500,000.
Like 3 years worth of salary, 5 years worth of salary. All right, guys, give me your social media one time. They're going to be hanging out all day for a little while, so make sure you chop it up with them. But Motif, give me your socials.
Yeah, man. You can follow me on Instagram and Twitter, Motif Alumni. Also, follow the Rucker Collective on Instagram, YouTube. Yeah, check us out.
Yep.
Stat.
And then mine's Static Link, but it's STATIKLNK. There's no I in Link on all the social media channels. Definitely hit me up, and like I said, anybody who uses my samples, please share them with me. I love to hear like what they sound like, and I always repost them. So.
All right, great. Give it up for these guys one time. Give it up to Sound Collective for having us. We're going to take about a 10-minute break and get right into the Buck Wild and Arsonist conversation. All right? Thank you.
How y'all doing? It's your boy Ski Beats. I'm at the Sound Collectives, and this is Smack Pack Live.
The competitors that you brought, fierce.
We find the dopest producers. We give them a sound pack. They create something with the sound pack. All right, chat. Who should win the Smack Pack Live Challenge?
I think it's Divine Drummer, bro. I gotta say it, man.
Divine Drummer. Congratulations, baby. Flames emoji. Let's see what you got. Let's go. My man Flames. Congratulations.
Flames. Killed it.
Yo, Overlord ain't playing, though. He ain't slouching at all.
Yo, what?
Man, yeah, Juice is about to go in. Yeah, okay, Juice. All right. Give it up for Juice, y'all. Come on, y'all. Give it up for Juice. Sound Collective, Ski Beats. We love y'all. Check back with me. Peace.
Hi, my name is Andrea Cortese. I'm an electronic music producer. I like to do a lot of ambient music. I am from Italy, but now I live in New York, where I brought my projects here. I go by the name Onyx Track on Instagram. The other one, it's called Kinetic Bloom, where I still producing music with my friend. In this course, I'm gonna show you how to record synthesizer into the tape machine using a tape loops. I will also explain how to record in 4 different tracks, and also I will show you how to record all the samples into your DAW. And finally, I'm gonna show you how to post your sample pack on your website. I'm looking forward to make music with you. Let's jump in.
What's up, guys? I'm DJ Esquire, and welcome to Advanced Modern DJing. Now, I've been a DJ for over 20 years, doing battles, competitions, radio DJing, and performances in clubs and festivals. Now, in this course, we're going to go over all of the concepts needed for you to actually perform in any type of scenario, whether that be clubs, festivals, or rocking in your bedroom. We'll talk about advanced mixing techniques, advanced concepts of these techniques. We'll go into the digital system and perform things with our hardware and software and put it all together for a final set. Can't wait to get started with you guys. Let's jump into it.
Hi, my name is Jay Words. I'm an electronic music producer from Union City, New Jersey. I'm also a teenage engineer ambassador, and I've played live electronic music all over the United States. So in this course, we're gonna go into working and making beats on the pocket operators, one of their well-known instruments. Super fun, super cool. I love their instruments because they're portable and, you know, you can just pop in some batteries and plug in some headphones real quick and you can make a beat. In this course, I'll be teaching the PL20 arcade, the PL35 speak, and the PL33 KO. So I'll be teaching you how to use them individually and also synced up together to make a cool beat. So let's dive in.
Hi, I'm John Schulman, and this is an introduction to sound design for X for Serum. I've been producing dance music for over 20 years, 10 of them professionally. I've released music on dozens of dance music labels, and I've toured around the country playing records. In this course, I'm going to cover 3 of the most popular forms of synthesis and how they work. I'm going to walk you through every single feature of Serum worth knowing. There's a lot of them. And I'm going to give you some basic sound design tutorials so you can start building your own sounds from scratch. I'm excited to get started with you, so let's jump right in.
What's up, guys? Kimchi Sauce here. I'm going to give you a quick tip on how to make your hi-hat more natural on FL Studio. The thing with hi-hats, especially in the trap beats, is that they're usually quantized and on the same velocity. One thing that I've learned producing boom bap is that you want to give your hi-hat a more natural feel. In order to do that, you're just going to play around with the velocity.
And I'm going to do a high cut all the way down to about 2K. So it's all just those mid frequencies. Then I'm going to add the delay, the standard echo here in Logic using eighth notes. And I'm going to turn the feedback up to about 88%. I'm going to leave the dry all the way down and the wet on 100%. And I'm going to turn the color knob back down to 0, which you can just use the color knob for this instead of using the EQ, but I like to use the EQ because you have a little more control over it if you don't like the way things are hitting. Lastly, I'm going to go into modulation and add the tremolo plugin here, put it in stereo, and it's already set up to a nice quarter note stereo panning by basically automating the volumes of the left and right on opposite times. And that's how you turn a Logic bus into an effect send ping pong delay. If you want to learn more, head to soundcollective.com.
What's really cool is now we can go into this MIDI and do whatever we want to it.
Welcome to Sound Collective membership. Join Sound Collective membership and get access to our facility and all the hardware, DJ, and production equipment we have here on site. Today, we're talking about the Arturia Drum Brute analog drum synthesizer. This is a fully analog drum machine, which has very nice tactile controls, which allow you to control the sounds and shapes of the various drums that are part of this drum synthesizer. We've got kicks, snares, claps, and various percussions, zaps, cymbals, etc. I can shape any one of these. I'm going to start with the kick. I can change the pitch, the decay time, the impact, and the sweep. Join Sound Collective membership, gain access to our facility, and make music with hardware today.
Hey guys, how's it going? My name is Patrick Ames. I produce under the alias Rare Gems, and I'm here at Sound Collective NYC to teach you guys how to make jungle drum and bass. Throughout the course, we're going to be chopping up breaks, making bass lines from scratch, sample and drum selection, and everything else in between. Let's get into it. Hey guys, my name is Patrick Ames, and I'm teaching a music production course on how to make UK garage. Let me teach you how to lay down some drums. So I'll start with the kick drum. Add a snare drum. I'm gonna grab every other snare and move it over to the left by one tick to give it shuffle. Now I'm gonna add some side stick for ghost notes. Open hi-hat on the upbeat. Gonna sneak a little hi-hat right before that open hat to give it more shuffle. And a bit of shaker tambourine. And that's how you lay down some UK garage drums. For more, join us at soundcollective.com.
Cool, peace. My name is Pudge, AKA Pudge Mental. Born and raised in Jamaica, Queens, DJ, producer, MC, and educator. Been DJing for about 25 years now. Had the honor of DJing for Fat Lip from the Far Side, Micah 9 from the Freestyle Fellowship, Voice out of New Orleans, Eagle Nebula out of LA. We'll be teaching the art of mixing, which is transitions, going from one song to the next, holding some of those transitions, which can also be looked at as a mashup or a blend, remixing, and some basic DJing skills like cuts, scratches, and the idea of playing what you like and also catering to the crowd, and find that happy balance between introducing people to new music and also giving them a little bit of what they enjoy, and finding a creative way to do that. My teaching style is kind of like the Bruce Lee, be like water. It's like the style of no style, whatever fits at the time. So if I see somebody needs a little bit more encouragement, I'll be a little bit more suggestive, or, maybe you could do this. Sometimes people get stuck and get caught in their head. I've seen students go from looking at the program like, what is this? What am I supposed to do here? To then having a full-blown remix that you could play out in the club tonight within a week and a half, 2 weeks, and that's great.
Let's go ahead and record some audio.
So what I did was I chopped up tiny segments from this vocal performance and created individual parts.
I like to think of it as almost having a separate volume knob.
Hey, I'm John, and welcome to Percussive Sound Design in Expert Serum. In this course, we're going to be learning how to synthesize some of the sounds from the classic Roland TR-808 drum machine. So there's several reasons we're using the TR-8 as our examples. One is because, as I said, it's a completely analog drum machine, so synthesizing these sounds in Serum is achievable and relatively easy for many of them, and a little more interesting and challenging for other ones. The second reason is because it's responsible for more hit records than any other drum machine on the market. Thirdly, we're gonna learn because it's just fun.
Okay, y'all, we're gonna start the next panel. If you guys from the outside want to come back into the room, we can start the next panel in about less than 5 minutes, about 3 minutes. Here. Everybody on the outside, if you'd like to come in for the conversation, we'll be starting in the next 2 minutes. Might have to be standing room only at some point, but try to find a seat if you can. .15, we'll be doing a press play, as well as starting the critiques with Buddha Grands and Mike Cuz. Everybody having a good time? I don't believe you. Everybody having a good time? Clap it up, man. Creators run the building, man. It's our year. So welcome to Creator Convos. For those of you who just kind of walked in, we had a conversation with Motif alumni and Static Link about sample creation. Now we're going to talk to two legendary individuals that are actually, have made an amazing career off of sampling records. Some of your favorite records, things we now have as the soundtrack to our lives in a lot of cases. If you love real hip hop, these are guys that I call friends, but also super inspired by through their creation and some special things that we're actually going to do next year. We'll talk about that as we start to have this conversation. But I want to introduce you to two of my favorite people, two of my favorite producers, and two amazing individuals. Clap your hands one time for my man Arsonist and Buck Wild, y'all. Show some love for these guys. Make sure you guys have your phones on vibrate. Feel free to take pictures, tag everybody, all that. Yeah, anywhere. Yeah. In the space. Hold that.
I got it.
You got it? Okay.
I'm the penguin.
All right, man. So we here, man. One more time for these guys. Show these guys some love for coming out in this weather. Arsonist, Buck Wild. Let's give everybody a little introduction to your career. Ars, how'd you get started in just making music in general, man?
I started DJing first. I went to Howard University, right? So
wow.
Before I got to Howard, a friend of mine had started DJing, and he challenged me to I actually got a water, but thanks.
Thank you.
He challenged me to a DJ competition. And I didn't know how to DJ, but I'm competitive, so I got turntables, learned how to DJ, and then that transitioned into production, and here we are.
Okay. About you, Buck?
I was born. And when I was a kid, I never really played with toys. I played with 45s. I would play records, and it's from what I hear, I was very much intrigued by rhythms and melodies. And then as a kid, maybe in public school, it's I taught myself to DJ. Got kind of bored with that after a while. Then probably last year in high school, it's I met up with some friends. It was Gemini, the gifted one, and a couple of other cats. We went to our boy Sean crib, and it's he had a setup, and I started DJing. And they were very intrigued that I could DJ. It was yo, why you ain't tell nobody? I'm like, should I wear that on my chest? Right. After that, getting out of school, I made mixtapes. I met Lord Finesse, very cool guy. If it wasn't for him, I probably wouldn't be sitting here. He introduced me to the industry. I used to DJ for him on tour. And while meeting Finesse is I honed my skills. Chili D from Rhyme Syndicate, he taught me the ins and outs on an SB12. And from there, it's everything just seemed like a blur. Hundreds of records later.
Here we are. How do you feel being a DJ helped you guys entering into the production world? What was it about DJing that kind of transferred over to actually making music?
Well, for me, it was it taught me different rhythms and drum patterns. Because when you blend a record, they might have two different drum programs. When you put them together, it sounds like something totally different. Right. So I kind of took that into my production and blended the two in a way. You know what I'm saying? So it helped with rhythm and timing for me.
Yeah. About you, Bob?
One of the first things I was introduced to, because it's I started DJing early, was DJing breaks. And it's when you could take two records and simultaneous play them at the same time, it was intriguing, but it's my first taste of it, of really hearing what it could be, is Eric B. and Rakim, I Know You Got Soul. Almost everything I heard on the album, I recognized the records, and it's I was very intrigued, yo, I could do this, I know all of this. It's just putting the two records together and blending the match.
So you guys come from an era where, drums were important, sound selection was important, being original was really important.
Number one.
It was number one. When you kind of got into this whole sampling perspective and listening to other music and being intrigued by it, how did you approach finding the right parts of these records? If these kids are just kind of starting to learn how to sample now, when did it hit you okay, this is something I really want to use? What was it about the music?
I don't think there's such a thing as the right part. It's the right part to you.
Right, that's what I mean.
You know what I mean? I've listened to the same record with 3 other producers, and we all like different parts.
Right.
Because my ears are tuned to this sound. His ears might be tuned to that sound, or these strings, or these pianos, and I might like horns and whatever else. You know what I'm saying? So I never looked at it like there was a right or wrong part. It's just the part that gives you goosebumps. The part that makes the hair stand up on your arms like, oh shit, that's crazy. And other people might not understand it except for you.
Right.
That's the part. You know what I'm saying? Whatever that means to you.
It's kind of like the same, but for me, like even as a DJ, I learned the rhythms of being able to take the sample on the 2 and the 3 and be able to make it loop and do what I wanted to do, because it's like being intrigued by hip hop, like hearing like Brand New being doing One for All, Ed O.G., you know, he gotta have it. You know, none of those samples are on the 1. So the dynamics of catching it is really like, where's the start point and where is going to be the end point? And it's like, and how does it make me feel? And how long can I listen to the sample all day? I'll sit there, I'll loop up a record and I'll listen to it like the whole day. I'll leave outside, I'll come back if I'm still grooving to it. If I'm cooking, I'm grooving to it, you know. And then also like to make sure it's something no one has, because coming in the time I came in, you were great just based on also obscurity. When you had the Pete Rocks, you had the Large Professors, the DJ Premiers, and before that it was Bomb Squad, etc. And nobody sounded the same, nobody used the same drums, nobody used the same sample. Everybody was original. It was just like, yo, just find the things that you have to show who you are. And the first person was Marley Marl, of course.
Legendary status right there. So being able to find that part of the record that really stood out to you, so you had made a comment in one of the last Beat Suites we did, one of the actual participants. You had said something about, can you listen to this all day long and not get sick of it? What did you mean by that?
Like when I did I'm Ready, right? Like I went to the record store like any other day to pick up a sample, and the first record I grabbed was the Barbara Mason record. So I put the needle on the turntable and it fell on I'm Ready, and I picked the shit up off the turntable and went home. I ain't listened to shit else because I knew what it was already, right? But when I went home and I made that beat in about 15 minutes, right? But when I made the beat, I listened to it on repeat for about, and I'm not bullshitting you, about 3.5 hours nonstop, just in a dark basement by myself. Like, what the fuck am I listening to? Like this, nothing like this is out right now, but it sounds crazy enough for me to listen to for 3 hours straight. And it's rare that you run into those, but when you do run into those, you know it's something special because other people will perceive it the same way. So, you know, those are rare.
Well, it's crazy too, because, you know, Buck, I mean, if you guys don't know who DITC is, you know, DITC is legendary, you know what I'm saying, iconic. You know, Buck was surrounded by a lot of amazing creatives as well, you know what I'm saying, not only just producer-wise, but also artist-wise. But you got Lord Finesse, you got Showbiz, and you got this gentleman right here, Buck Wild, all in the same circumference. How did you guys, how was the competition with y'all when it came to sampling? Was it like, was there a fun competition? Did you guys all look for different samples? Like, talk about the culture a little bit about, like, digging for samples when it comes to y'all as general.
Me? Well, in the crew is one thing. It's like, it's like a ball team. Who's going to come in, who's going to earn the right to have the final shot. But then when you look at the rest of the field, when it's like you have other players on the team, which is, like I said, DJ Premier, Large Professor, you know, Pete Rock, and et cetera, the list goes on. The competition was thicker than what it is right now because it's like everybody was heralded as a superstar producer, and the creme de la creme was Pete Rock. So you knew anything that you had to have something or be able to make something that could stand up next to Pete Rock, because if you couldn't, it's like, you know, you would be called whack, people wouldn't fuck with you. And back then it was like, it was a very vocal time. You could walk in, you could play beats with his whack. They like, yo, your shit is whack. Yo, don't let him back in here. Never come back in again. It will crush your whole confidence. He knows, like, even I could go later.
They had a night and baseline like that, where all new producers would come through, and if you wasn't shit, they would just send you home. Like after the first or second beat, like, get the fuck out of here type of shit. Like that
Jay
was real.
like that.
That was real. You know what I'm saying? But we need that. We need that today. Cause the email masks a lot of shit. Like let's do face to face now. Play your shit right in front of everybody.
And
let's see what it really is.
Face to face, what happens also. I've been blessed to be in the same studio with him playing beats. And a friend of mine used to do the thing where it's like he would have dudes come through all day, Fat Joe, and he would be like, all right, I got one slot. And it'd be like 5 or 6 different people, and it's like whoever's got the hottest beat is going to get the slot. And it's like when you have that, you might go in head-to-head duel, but at the end of the day, you might be like, yo, what you doing? Let's go get something to eat.
Right.
And it's easy to share the floor with somebody. Like I used to always tell him, I told him once, that's how we got our bond, like going to see T.I. Because I was like, yo, I'm going to see T.I. What you doing?
He remember shit I don't remember. I remember that. Now that you say it, I remember.
Yeah, so looking at it, he's like, yo, you know, you go and it's like, and I'll go another time. I'm like, no. If he don't like my beats and he like your beat, the door is open. Right. Like you dope at what you do, and it's like, it's nothing better for an artist when you bring a dope producer with you. Right. Oh, you're traveling packs, huh? So if he would have got one and I would have got one, if he came back to New York again, I'd have definitely probably got a call from Jason Jeter. And it's like, it's just knowing, I think really it's knowing how to move and surrounding yourself with the right people. He makes beats nothing like I do. I make beats nothing like he do.
Right.
I don't pick the same drums. I don't pick the same samples, so it makes us unique. So if we go somewhere, we stand out. Like now what happens is, it's a lot of sound alike, and it's like, what they call them, type beats. If I was a producer coming in out, I would stay away from type beats. Because if you make a type beat, who wants to make a beat that sounds like Timbaland? Who wants to make a beat that sounds like Primo or Dr. Dre? You don't have your own identity.
That's
so
like,
how do people
like
know
dressing
you?
like your favorite artist and coming outside in the same outfit.
Yeah, it's
Like
no
a
disrespect, but
future type outfit. Like people do that. You know what I mean? Nobody does that. Why you do that with music?
you want your own identity, and having your own identity is what makes you stand out. That's why people call you. And you know, and it's ironic even now. Like I feel like when the phone rings, like the Beastie Boys, like, oh, the phone is ringing. Oh my God. Even to this day, if I still get calls because they need something, they're reaching back because it's something that's missing right now that they need. And it's like your knowledge of music and experience is what will take you another year. Every hit record that you have that still plays will keep you on somebody's radar. They might be anywhere. Like I told him, I was like, yo, I was listening to games all day and I'm hearing records playing, and it's like, then today my phone rang about some other shit. And I'm like, yo, when you have that's what allows you to eat. And it's like, technically in this time, we should not be getting any calls because there should be some younger dudes that's coming with that straight fire, not fire because you say so, but fire because it's like it makes people move. People don't dance anymore. People don't love music anymore because it's nothing the rappers are saying. It's like the beats is kind of like recycled from before. Originality will take you anywhere. And I know that from dudes like my brother Pharrell and Timbaland. They was super original when they came out. So as an artist, you need to find, well, you know, producers are artists. You need to find what makes you you and sell it to the world.
The other thing too about both of y'all, you always had the ability to like have your own specific identity, but any other artists you worked with, you'd give them something different that would make them unique. You know, Buck has worked with everybody's favorite artists, Big L, Big Pun, Biggie, 50, Nas, the list goes on. How are you able to provide these guys with something special at the same time, make that record unique for them?
You asking me or you asking
I'm asking Buck.
Oh, it's just knowing this is like making music, being a producer is always like a university, always studying. You're not making beats for you. That's why we still, and Timbaland said, yo, we tailor-made beats. Yeah. So when Nas calls and say, yo, he'll call AZ, he'll call Salam Remy, tell Buck to send me some beats. I'll have to sit and craft it, not just give him anything that's just sitting around like, oh, here's some beats, let me give it to him. I know what he sounds good on. I know what type of music he sounds good on. I know what pattern he sounds good on. So we do that. And it's like, even with Joe's another person. Making back-to-back records with him before he moved to Miami. My lifestyle, take a look at my life, you know, all these records rung off. And it's like, it's because it's like being around him, I understood his rhythm, his flow, like how he bounces on the beat, you know, where it's like, where his vocabulary would land on the rhythm. And when you have these artists, it's like you can always switch up what's on top, but it's like you're tailor-making the rhythm for them, so it's like you understand what's going on. And I believe you have to be a real fan, or you have to really, really study what's going on. And in today's world, like I said, it's not a lot of differentiality. So it's like when people want beats, it's like I hear people say like, yo, I got 100 beats on my computer, 100 emails, but everything doesn't sound like anything I can rhyme on. So you have to totally know the pocket in which this person needs.
I guess the same question for you, but it's in the perspective
Repeat
of.
the question again?
So I was basically asking him like, how do you continue to utilize your sound, but also give something special to each of the different artists you work with, so they're not sounding the same?
I don't know if I think that deep into it, right? Like for me, music is 100% about a feeling. And I'm never gonna feel the same way twice. Meaning like, I'm not gonna feel tomorrow the way I feel today. So when I make music, it's always gonna be a different feel and a different vibe, but with my sound, if that makes sense. Yeah. So when I'm working with different artists, it's like, if I'm working with a Jim Jones for 3 months, the vibe changes in the studio. So my music changes. If I'm working with Cam for 2 months, the vibe changes. If I'm working with Joel Ortiz, the vibe changes. If I'm working with Crooked Eye, the vibe, it's just like whoever I'm working with, the vibe changes, which changes my music. I don't really give it that much thought because to me, music has no barriers. The more you think, the more you're fucking your record up. I go in with a clear mind and I just turn my machine on and let God take over. And what happens, happens. You know, I don't think no more than that. I know it sounds crazy, but I'm being 100% honest with you. I don't think about music, I just do it. I'm on autopilot at this point in my life. You know what I'm saying? When it comes to making music, it's like I can make the shit in my sleep. Not saying that to sound arrogant, and I'm saying that that's a real statement. It's almost like I've been doing it so long, it's like breathing. So when I work with an artist, I just let whatever happens, happens. Yeah. And 9 out of 10 times, good shit comes out of it. So.
It's real shit. So we've been talking about sampling just pretty much from every aspect all day long. I want to talk a little bit about maybe some challenges you guys have had when it came to getting records out there in the world. Samples that maybe you've used. They don't have to be specific, but just giving us like a little bit of insight into the business of it. Give me an example of maybe you've used a sample for somebody in a record, either couldn't get out there were some hurdles or obstacles in getting it out there. What have you guys experienced with sampling like that?
Can I say something? This might be off topic, right? I don't know if it's answering your question, but because you said that, it reminded me of something. Like I did the New York City shit for Jim Jones and Fat Joe, right? And another producer from Harlem takes the record and turns it into a record for Kanye and Alicia Keys and whatever the case is, right? There needs to be something in hip hop where a producer like me, even though I sampled, I can sue for interpolation. Because they took my exact same record and used it in a, you understand? Like they sped it up to the same pitch I put it at and had her sing it at that pitch when the original record is way slower than that. I think there needs to be something in hip hop where even if you sample and somebody takes your arrangement and your ideas, you can sue for interpolation. That needs to happen, I think. Because everybody knows that they stole that record from me. I mean, if you have ears, you know that. But back, what question did you ask me again? Let me answer the question. I forgot to get that off my chest.
Yeah,
What you saying?
I just forgot too.
He always does that to me, man.
Yeah, no, my fault, man. But
no, I was saying like, you know, have you had any problems, you know, trying to get samples cleared, or just give me some aspect of the business of like some of the experience you've had.
Perfect example, the New York City record, right? When we did it, we put it out, and you know, Jim was on some Wild Wild West shit. Like we just threw it out, and coincidentally, me and the Chainsmokers who own the New York City sample are signed to the same publishing company. So their manager calls me because we know some of the same people. Their manager calls me like, yo, you know, you can't just put the record out like that. We got to work out whatever. And I'm like, oh, they about to hit me in the head for something crazy, which they did. At the end of the day, we ended up paying, between me and Jim, ended up paying $20,000 to clear the sample and gave up 66%, right? But look, I did the whole album, so that doesn't bother me. People don't understand that. Like with Diplomatic Immunity, I don't make any money off of I'm Ready. Barbara Mason took 100%, right? But I did 11 records on that album. So to me, I'm Ready was the sacrificial lamb, which is cool, because I still made money off of 10 more records. Right. And with Okapo, there was, how much records did we have on there? 15, 16? So even if I got cracked in the head for New York City, I still got another 14 that I did. You understand? Like, so to me, it's like, you can use one sacrificial lamb sample if you know that you got another 15 in the pipeline. Right. You understand? Like, but if it's your one record on the album, you kind of got to choose, like, do I want to use this Beach Boys sample when they're going to take 100%, or do I just want to go another direction? Yeah. Or, you know, big up to Tracklib or use Tracklib, right? Look at that, shameless plug, man. But
I like that.
That type of shit.
What about you, Buck? Any issues? I'm sure you've had many.
Yeah, I can pull a bunch from the sky. we had a big issue clearing Biggie record before we had it played over. Like, they offered anything to clear the record. Clive Davis called the artist, and he was just like, no. By any means necessary, I don't want him rapping on my song or whatever he's doing. So in that point, we had to get, you know, rest in peace, Chucky Thompson. Thank God for being around very creative people. He just replayed it the same way and took a couple of notes out. And that's how we ended up having a record, and the record is still here now. Another record, yeah. Another record I did on Bleak's album with Jay-Z, What You Think of That? Like, it's something called a KPM sound library, which everyone's digging in sound libraries and finding them online. It was actually the first record that they wanted cleared because no one had ever used it. This is like 98, 99. So no one was ever digging on these before. So when they got the clearance, they just took everything. They was like, we don't know what to do because usually it's only TV shows that want the music.
Right.
But you guys wanted, we'll think 100%. And it's like they took 100%, you know? And it was bad because it was single also. So we would have ate off the publisher, even if it would have been something else. But, you know, even with that, it was like when I did Dream Shatterer for Pun, Black Rob and Nori used the same sample. You know, it was a popular sample, a popular Barry White sample. Puff and them cleared it. They had a clause in after paying what they wanted for it that, you know, and most people don't understand. It's like if you clear a sample, you could get a clause where 6 months before and 6 months after, no one else can use the sample because they don't want to bump heads with another person's record. And that's what happened with that. And it's like the record was, it was moving. Hip Hop Potable, a bunch of other things happening. And all of a sudden, it came to a halt and it was like, yo, your record's not going to make the album. Barry White doesn't want to clear it. So it taught me one thing because it's like I learned not to use like popular artists. And it's like, to me, it's like I like to build around, almost like what Motif and them do. I like to build around music. Like I was doing that since I came in with Organized Confusion with Stress, where it's like I took a bunch of abstract samples and put it together and made it still like a person playing. Right. Because it's like when you can understand the music, you can create from anything. Yeah. I did it with Big L with Danger Zone. You know, I did it with Countless Records. And it's like having that understanding of what's going on, learning about sample clearance and knowing that who to sample, who not to sample, and you can have a dope record and all of a sudden somebody could close the gate and your store is closed and you ain't got no placement on that album. He sold 2 million, so it's like, look what I could have made.
Right. I was gonna say on the flip side, I've had people that own samples hit me up and say, like when I did Diplomatic Immunity, there was a particular label that I used about 5 times on the on the album, and they hit me up and said, we want to send you our whole catalog and you can use anything and we won't take any more than 25% off of any record, which was dope at the time. So there's the flip side of it. It's not all bad, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's true. Because even when we did Games record, like the people who made the record, they hit me up on MySpace. And it was like, oh, you know, huh?
Do you remember MySpace?
Yeah, everybody remember that
you
shit.
said that shit like it's still, like, it's still rocking.
It's crazy because like looking at it.
You realize that?
in his top 8 in that joint.
Who don't know MySpace? Yeah. Somebody got, everybody know MySpace, right? All right, cool. I thought maybe
that's very old school.
A different generation at this point. Like,
to look at it like, you know, this is when I was experimenting with like working with creatives to overdub records. And at first they was iffy about clearing it, and then, you know, we replayed it and Dre was like, oh, you know, we're not going to clear it. And when they put the album out, they put the sample version on the album with the replay on top because he wanted to mix the record. He loved the record. And that's what made Homeboy call me. He was like, yo, did they clear it? And I called them. I was like, yo, listen, this guy just called me. Did y'all clear the record? They was like, oh, you know, you said you played it over. I'm like, dude, you could see the samples in there. Y'all put the sample in. So
you replayed on top of the sample.
Yeah, it's like when I work with dudes doing this shit, I do some pretty incredible shit. If I put my mind to it, and it's like only thing I need is the right creative people around and the right artists. Because looking at it, like hip hop is like, I'm a basketball fan, so I look at it like LeBron playing against, you know, Kobe or something. Like if he LeBron, I'm like, I'm Kobe today. Because I'm like, yo, you're not going to beat me. If we walking in and get this check, like that's like a Western. You take 10 paces and you turn around and shoot. And that's the difference. He got kids. I got kids, so when you look at it, if it's one spot left, and you look at it, it's a $30,000, $40,000 check. Yeah, so it's not like, oh, you know, I'm starting fresh. There's one left. So you have to, as a creator, you have to be as creative as possible. And it's like you have to know what your competition is. So he was like, a backstory is he didn't live too far from me. And it's like when I met him, so it's like, and I know all his records, and I told him,
I
I'm
don't
like,
remember the exact moment I met Buck, but I remember around the time.
yeah, so looking at it, I know, and especially starting to bump into him, I'm like, okay, if I got to play beats tonight, I need some special shit. Because what would happen is we would go places, and with the whole collective of us as producers, like if somebody has a hot beat tape, I'm not playing beats tonight. I'm coming back another day. Right. Where it's like, it would be shut down completely. There was no kumbaya. We all cool.
I was ready every day, man. I ain't gonna lie to you. I remember, because little shit, I would go to, like, this is a side story, but I would go to Buck's studio at the time.
I'm talking about before then.
No, but I mean,
like when
I'm
we
just
met
saying,
Bubba Sparks?
I'm saying up, yeah. Actually, and doing a record for him, but yeah, remember Bubba Sparks?
Yeah.
So I remember going to Buck's studio, and at the time, I don't even know if Dipset might have just had went platinum around that time. And I just remember going to his studio and walking over plaques. Like, oh shit, you did that too? Like, what the going home, like, nah, I gotta get right. I gotta get right. Like,
but
I'm
I
stepping
told you
over plaques
yesterday,
from Buck's studio. I gotta get, like, I'm just, it was friendly
No
competition.
more wall
to me.
space. It was like no wall space.
He didn't even put the shits up on the wall. Buck had them shits on the floor, leaning on the wall, you stepping over, like, I'm like, I need this. That's what I mean, I never told him that, but in my head, it was like, this is what I need. You understand? Like, every time going to his spot, it was motivation for me. It was almost like I had anger in me, not because of his shit. I'm just saying in general, because I wasn't being embraced by the industry in my head. So I went into the studio every day and I was like, I'm going to prove these niggas wrong in every step. That you understand? Like, and he helped with part of that. Me visualizing that shit and seeing it in front of my face. You know what I'm saying? Like, so I just think new producers, you need to see that. You need to be in an environment where you're looking at your future like, this is what I need. I need a studio that looks like this. I need plaques on the walls that look like this. I need my sound to sound like this. I need people to respect me like this. Like, all of that shit comes into play. You understand? Like, it's just different, man, because the years go by like this. I remember first meeting Dipset. Now we, 22 years later? What? That's crazy to me.
Like yesterday.
That's what I'm trying to tell you. So it's like, we're sitting here today, but you snap your fingers, it'll be 2035. You understand? That's just how fast the world works. So
but
it's
that's
like,
also because of the work you're doing.
Of course,
when you're looking at it, it's like, to me, and I'm gonna say this from my POV, every time I mix the record I mixed the night before didn't exist anymore.
Of course.
Because it's like, I always knew you're only as good as your last, and
don't become those producers that love, like, you made like 2 or 3 fire beats and you like, yo, I love these. I'm saving these for Jay-Z and Nas, or I'm saving this for Adele. Why? Why are you doing that? You're a producer, you make music, like, move that to the side, sell it, do whatever you gotta do, and on to the next. These aren't your kids, these aren't your children, this is music, these are beats. Like, you know how many producers I know, they make a fire beat and they like, nah, you can't have that one. That shit's special. Like, what? Did they make special sounds just for you? Like, did they change the sequencing for, like, what happened that made this beat so special? A special beat doesn't exist. I'm just keeping it real with you.
How you getting to Jay-Z? I don't know, but I might just run into
And even if, look at it, okay, you look at it another way. You guys are new producers, right? You do a track for Jay-Z, yeah, you get your credit on the actual product, but it didn't really help your career in the sense of they didn't look at you like you saved Jay-Z. You understand? Jay has been Jay. So while you're aiming for that big artist, it makes no sense. Aim for the artist down here so that your careers could do this together. Jay is already here. You're here. You think if you do a record for him, they're gonna say, oh shit, if it wasn't for that new producer, I don't know where Jay would be at. Right. They're never gonna say that.
That's a complete fact.
You understand? So aim for the people that's on your level and help them.
A good record maker, that's what you need.
Right.
Because at the end of the day, like, people have to understand, you know, I'm a big Tribe fan. It's like they was very big on that, on songwriting and melodies and rhythms. And it's like, that's what's going to get you to where you want to get to. Not just hearing something. It's like, I see people, they just bop the beats. And I'm like, in my mind, I'm like, what are you bopping to? Right. It has no feeling. So it's like, you have to be very, you got to be very crucial of anything, because it's like, I'm picky. And it's like, you know, Joe says it. Joe be like, oh, you know, he's the most pickiest person I know. He always invites me down to hear records, and he's like, yo, what do you think of this? I asked you because, like, yo, you don't like shit. You're the pickiest person. I'm like, well, in my line of work with all the competition is here, how should I be? Should I be singing Kumbaya and be like, all right, everybody who's a producer, hold hands and let's sing Kumbaya together? Nah, he wants that check the same way I do. So you got to be very crucial what you're doing, and it's like, especially when what you want to present to someone. You want to play something that's going to knock their socks off. Like literally knock their socks off, because if it doesn't, then it's like you going home a sad soldier.
So with that being said, a little segue into something that's going on in 2023. The three of us are putting together a new series called Heat Makers vs. Buck Wild. And it's going to be a educational, showcasing. It's going to be something on the next level. We'll be working with these guys in general and also other legends in the game. We're working on a mock presentation of it now, but these guys will be very focal in the process of what's going to happen. So get up for these guys wanting to give back to the community as well. You know what I'm saying?
You got to understand, we ain't have this.
Right.
We got the plain old no and the door shut in our face when we had whack beats. And it's like, that's the worst. And not for nothing, it helped to a degree because it wasn't a soft no. There's nothing worse than playing beats in a studio full of people. And it's like when you playing and you want to bop your head and you look at everybody else, they smoking cigarettes, they talking.
Or they hit you with yo, go to the next one. Go to the next one.
And then they be like, yo, you done?
Else, you go to the next one.
I tell you, it's crazy because he had mentioned earlier about Fat Joe being like, he'd be like, I'll get out of here if your shit's whack. How many of y'all know Street Runner? Producer Street Runner? Just produced one of the biggest records of the year, God did. You know what I'm saying? Like, you got a lot of big records. He did Nipsey's last record, big producer. He used to tell me he'd be sleeping on like the couch outside the studio. When Joe would come in, he'd be like, okay, come in and play some beats. And one time he told Street Runner, he was like, yo, he's like, you need to go home, get focused, and if you come back in the room, the shit's better be fire, or I'm never gonna listen to no more beats. He got super mad, went home, up all night, came back the next morning, slept on the couch, was right in front of the studio. Joe comes in, he's like, oh, you ready now? He's like, yeah, I'm ready. He went in and he placed the record, Take Me Home. Terror Squad out, which is a big record at that point. So like sometimes it comes down to the fact where you have to really have that confidence, like Buck was saying about your music, whether it's sampling or not, but just knowing that no should be motivation for you to continue to go. You know, I used to do all these showcases with people like Cardiac and S1 and Buddha and Grants who didn't even win showcases or won them after 3 or 4. If these guys would have been like, oh man, they don't think I'm good enough. You know, the industry doesn't think I'm good enough. I'm gonna quit. You wouldn't have had some of the records you have right now. So being a creator sometimes is just understanding that a lot of that lives within yourself in regards to how you continue to move forward. And it's not a business where they're like, hey buddy, great job. Or a boss at the end of the day saying, hey, I'm gonna give you a pay raise at the end of the week. You did a really good job. Nah. You're
They
giving
just want
yourself
to see you do it
a pat
again.
on the job.
Every time you get a
Right.
record, it's like, yo, I bet you can't do it again.
Right.
And it's like, I feel, being a basketball fan, I always equated to that. Because it's like if Steph Curry hit 50, I bet you can't hit 50 tonight. And it's like every time for every record that you have, and it's like it becomes like a trend. It's like unless you're a person, you put your name on the record, people don't really understand. Because the one phrase I get from people is like, yo, I didn't know you did this. Because I'm not the person to put myself out there. But I look at it, like I said, it's a sport. And I've been in the ring with him countless times. So, but he's my friend. We don't take it personal like, oh, shit, We'll be talking about it like, yo, we're in the studio, yo, such and such play beats and bust our ass. And it's like, you'll take that ass whip and go home and take it out on your equipment. Huh?
I don't know if I ever said niggas bust my ass.
Yeah, I said it. I said it when Khalil, when we did game shit and Khalil played beats, I was like,
got
yo.
a good track record, Hatch. A track record ain't bad out here, man. Placed a lot of records, but I do miss that time that he's talking about, where people were held accountable.
Because looking at it, you don't want a record to just be there. Like when I look at my records now, it's like how it still plays. I'm watching NBA TV. 3 games in a row, I got 6 records that play between records that play now and then. And it's like for people to still groove to it, and it's like, I know countless DJs that go worldwide, and it's like when I get all these videos and shit, and they show me how like 40, 50,000 people are really going crazy when my record comes on. That's a testament of what you do. because it's like if you don't want to be great, and it's like being around the greatness, like I remember we working with Babyface, I walk in, it's my man Doro, super engineer Doro, and Pharrell, and the first thing Pharrell says is like, yo, play some beats. I know you got the fire. Oh, you working with him? So even if I have that spot or not, I know that the respect is there from certain people. And it's like when I walk in, they know what it is. Like the time I'm talking about with Khalil, when I walked in, he gave me huge respect. And I'm like, oh shit, this is Khalil. Right. You know what I'm saying? Because it's like still coming in humble, but it's like a little humble ass whipping that you give people because it's like, I might be humble, but I'll play some shit that might smack the shit out of you. You know what I'm saying? And it's like, that's how you want to be. You want to be that person. Because like I said, it's the difference between having that check and having that record that people know where it's like, it never goes away. And it's like the gift that keeps on giving. And it's like, you want that. And, you know, that's something that came before me. And it's like, I just want to be able to help people get that same feeling and inspire them so they could go on and do the same thing.
All right, cool. Let's open the floor for some questions. Who's got some questions out there? Come on, we've got some legends in the building. No questions? Go ahead, Spice.
So, I feel like I wanted you guys to speak a little bit about originality. I feel like, in my experience anyway, New York had this nostalgia, right? This like vibe that because of the originality, people didn't really collab, or there was always this attitude like, yeah, nah, like I'm doing my thing, like, yeah, you guys just stay over there, things like that. Like. And now I'm hearing more as I study, like, people opening up to more collaborations, producers opening up to producers that aren't really doing too much, but I feel like, I don't know, I feel like the collaboration aspect is a little more, has a more of a light on it than it did before, in my experience anyway. Do you feel that way in how the whole movement of hip-hop came up throughout New York, through the 90s, through the 2000s, and what's going on now?
I'll even take it before then. There were no real collaborations between producers then. We came in, when I came in, it's like you had to be a one-man band. And it's like being a producer is being able to navigate the whole room. Like, I think that this happens because one person lacks something that another person can't do. Because looking at it, we like, I could speak for myself. I was cool with a lot of guys, but when I met him, I never was like, yo, we need to collab on a beat, because I knew his talent and I knew my talent. Because like I say, I want to be known, like I say, looking at, only crew I knew that collaborated was like Bomb Squad. When I had when you had Marley Marl, Pete Rock, Large Professor, you know, the Nas crew who did Nas' whole album, they never collaborated with nobody. So I think like, yo, when you want to be great at what you do, I think this is the time where people are just getting by just to say, yo, I did that. Right. No one wants to be great. Because when you like, LeBron has something where he used to do this greatness thing. When you come in, it's no holds barred to get that check. You can't want to be great at what you do if you're walking in like, hey, can we collab together? I'll do the drums and it's like, and you can play a sample. No, dude, I could do the whole shit myself. I'll collab with somebody who could play, but I'll tell them what I want. But you have to be able to, as a producer, a real producer, looking at the guys who can play and do things like that, like I say, Pharrell and Timbaland and them, you have to control that whole room and control the artist. So if you bring other people in, that means it's like, yo, you're not complete yourself. It takes, like, I used to look at records sometimes and be like, you got 7 people on one beat. How many people does it take to screw in a light bulb? So you look at it, it's like, you have to level yourself up. And that's just what I feel, unless you got somebody that you need to help you, that you can tell them what you want. Like, hey, I need you to play this, and you'll hum the melody, you'll hum the bass line. You'll tell them to play the percussion, and you tell them how it goes. That's producing, like Quincy Jones did that. Quincy Jones wasn't collaborating with the people who he had playing. Rod Temple and like the dudes from Heat Wave and all these other records, Brothers Johnson, he orchestrated them. That's what a producer does. So I think right now we live in a world where everything, all the lines are blurred. Beat makers are now producers. Writers are now what you want to call, you know, with no melody are called artists. Writers collab, that's cool. But as a producer, you have to be the one to control the record because it's your creation. You don't need somebody else to bring your creation to life.
Want to add on to that?
I never been a fan of collaboration with other producers, because to me it's like I can wake up and I can be in the worst mood of my life and I'm gonna go make music, and then that other producer comes in and he's having the best day of his life, and what's that record gonna feel like? Like, again, I don't care about what records sound like, I care about what they feel like. I'm big on feeling. It's the reason why we listen to records over and over again is it gives us a feeling. It's not about the sound, it's about the hairs on your arm standing up when you're running on the treadmill and you're like, yo, this shit is crazy, and you don't know why. That's why records are crazy, because of that feel. So when two people mesh together, nowadays, it's to get a placement. I don't care about that. I get placements, not to sound like that, but I get placements regardless. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't need to team up with another producer to get a placement. I'm cool on that. If it happens organically, that's cool, but if not, it wasn't meant to be. You know what I'm saying? That's just my stance on it, because tons of producers have asked me to collab, and I'm just like,
no.
I take music personally. Yeah, I just take music personally, so I don't like sharing the way that I'm feeling with another producer at that time. It's like, let me just get the music out, and then what happens, happens.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, I think everybody has their own process. So it just depends on how you feel about your own music and maybe where you feel like you need some support in or vice versa. But I think at the end of the day, I think a lot of creators don't realize or take the time out to learn something fully through. You know, like sometimes we need help with somebody to do something because we don't know how to do it.
Right.
But if you don't know how to do it, you can also learn how to do it too. It's just a matter of taking that time out and perfecting your craft as well.
I want to add on, like, what can two people to sample do with making a beat? Either he could do it his way or I could do it my way. But being a producer, like I say, you learn what you need, and it's like, you know, when you had the people who came before you, like a Quincy Jones, that probably was our gift because we didn't have hip hop producers to look up to. We had R&B people and jazz people to look up to who were orchestrators and creators. So being with that showed us how you can really work the room and move the room, and when you need something, you could get it done. It's not like, yo, just play whatever. Nah, I need you to play this right here. You know, and it's like even an arrangement that comes from you sequencing your beats. So you don't want to have that, because if it come out whack, that people not going to look at the person who played or collab with you, they're going to look at you.
Yes.
Okay, I have a question. So I make music with my mouth, right? So it can't never get in my hands, but I'm nice with beatboxing and stuff like that. So when you were saying like Quincy and people like Diddy did it, like had the producer do something of what, you know, the melodies and things like that. So what about the beatboxing? How can is that the same kind of format should I go like Quincy did?
You can do that, because what you could do is, like, if you hum how you want the program and you know the drum sounds that you want, you can have them do that and be like, yo, I need you to play it like this. And it's like when you kick that beat, it's like they could do it exactly how you say, and it's your music because you wrote it. You just had them.
They get credit?
Huh?
They get the credit?
Not if you pay him out as work for hire.
Yeah.
But.
Good.
I'm just curious as to what you both started on, hardware/software, compared to where you are now. I know you use the MPC. I see you on Instagram.
Yeah,
but like what you started with.
I started with the 2000 XL, the one with the load up disc. No, it wasn't the XL. I'm lying. The 2000 that you needed the load up disc. I started with that one. But I mean, I tell people all the time, it's all the same. All of them is all the same shit. The buttons are just arranged differently. It's all the same shit. You know what I mean? Like, people call me.
Started somewhere and you ended up somewhere.
No, but what I'm saying, even where I ended up, it's the same as the beginning. It's just a little bit more advanced, but it's the same exact shit. Right. You know what I'm saying?
It's the language used. I started on the SB12. And the thing, and I'm going to say this to be honest, the thing that makes that time special, because it's like we have 5-second sampling time. So to be a sampling producer, you have to be very creative with what you're doing. Like, there's no like, oh, you know, I could download this song from YouTube and I'm going to loop up the whole thing and I'm going to make this long intro. It's like, no. Get to the point and make it hot. And it's like you have to be in that zone. Because like I say, and now I don't stress this enough, like now when you look at even how many people in the room, like if it was somebody looking for beats, it's like maybe like 5 slots on the album. That's like a team. If y'all doing tryouts for like a ball team and it's like 30 people here, only 5 people gonna make it, be like, yo, what's gonna make them choose you?
Go ahead. Nah, go ahead.
So, wanted to know your advice on like producers that are original, like trying to get the working with artists 'Cause I always find like right now in like the situation, I guess like from me being like from Long Island and everything, and like dealing with a lot like being here in New York, I'm always getting in sessions like, oh, do you do type beats and everything? And I'm like, no, I don't.
Get out of those sessions.
I try to.
That's the answer.
But like, what's your best way to find like? Because I'm like I always go to shows and I always find like artists and I try to like just reach out to them and just be like, yo, listen, like I'd love to just like link up with you and just actually like make a song for you, like produce you and everything. And I always feel like right now there's like this, I don't know, it's just like this weird, like I always find it's just weird culture like where it's like, no. Like,
No, but here's my question to you. So how many of you do you think that there are approaching that same artist with that same type of approach? Yeah. You understand? Like, I'm sure if an artist like Drake looks in his DM, it's like, yo, Drake, let me work with you. No money involved. I'm a big fan. He probably gets millions of those, right? You have to find a new approach. I don't know what that approach is, but what I'm saying is, if you've been using that approach for years and it's not working for months or however long and it's not really working out for you, you need to attack it different. Because think about it. If you're writing some things, how many other people wrote the same exact thing to that artist? Think about that. Because a lot of dudes will hit me like, yo, trust me, I'm the truth. Fuck with me, I'm the next one. I look at my next one. Yo, fuck with me, I'm the truth. I'm the next one. I look at the next one. Yo, fuck with me, I'm the truth. I'm not answering none of them. Because it's all the same shit. You understand? Like, you have to find a unique approach to approach these artists. I don't know what that is for you, but that's for you to figure out. You know what I'm saying? Like, how do I approach these artists and not sound like the other 1,000 people that came before me?
Oh, cool.
Let me answer this question for him. I know this because it's like this is how I started. What I did was, you have to find your own. And it's bad to say guinea pigs, where it's like lesser known artists and get the music out, promote it, etc., so people can hear it. Because when you make something incredible, it's a buzz of energy that circulates around, and people are like, yo, who did that? And it's like when you become that person, it's like, the whispers is happening. Then you could take that time and you can target who you want to get, or you could take the person that you're working with and capitalize and make big things happen with them and put 500% into them and let people seek you. The best thing you want is the producers, like your phone to ring. Calling everybody and calling people in email, I'd be like, yo, this shit is for the birds. Like, it's like, and I had to think one day, like, yo, I haven't really asked the person to get on their album since like 95. So, like, I tell people, like, yo, my life has been a blur. Like Forrest Gump. Like, every time I turn around, it's a new thing happening. And it's like, I look at it like, yo, for me to have that, that's such a blessing. And it also comes just from the fact of you're only good as your last. Or they heard something you done and be like, yo, you did that, I forgot. I remember where I was when I heard that, then I just heard, I need some joints. Can you come to the studio? And you want that effect. The respect happens on that level.
No,
because
he's trying to get to that.
Yeah, I'm saying, that's why I say you need to start off with somebody.
Yeah.
Like, to be honest, like somebody like Big L was one of the first people that I had. OC was one of the first artists I had. The very first placement I had was Diamond D. I'm not saying you're gonna have the same thing, but pivot yourself to get with some people where you could do something great and invest your time in them. Don't crew hop and try to get beats to everybody.
But do you do that with new artists?
No, like I pretty much like.
Are those known artists you trying to do that to?
No, just new artists.
And they're not responding to you? Then,
I don't know why. Like,
nah, screw them. Keep it moving. Move
You'll
on to the
find
next
one.
one.
That's it. I feel like I'm gonna get like a bunch of no's before I get yes, but I just want.
Yeah, but even if they say no, that's their loss. If you're trying to send them some fire, that's
Everyone
their
gets
loss.
to know.
So keep it moving.
I got the keys to the studio. Like I even offer them like free time. Like you know what I mean? Like yo, come down. Like,
Shit, nigga, I'm about to hit your DM. You keep giving out free studio time.
I'm an engineer too. Like,
Nah, it's
I
all
No.
get, like, too, so I'm like, yo, like
You're not gonna hear no forever. Don't worry about it. Somebody will come, make sure it's the right artist. If you get the right artist, that right artist y'all could be like a wagon with, 2 horses that y'all gonna pull that wagon where it needs to be and both of y'all will be good. Don't worry about other people that you gotta chase them, because if you're chasing them, it becomes annoying for them. Then they're like, oh, here comes this dude with some beats. Find somebody that's a nobody and who's hungry and who can respect you and your craft and what you do, and you respect his craft, and y'all ride off into the sunset. Either live or die.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, you do quite a bit. You're a songwriter, you're a top liner, you're a producer, you're an engineer, like, you're a good guy.
Can I say something too?
Yeah.
Because he just said that. pick one that you introduce yourself as. Because when I hear that, you know what I hear? He does nothing. He does all of these things, but he does nothing. It's like a quote I threw up on my page the other day. It said, I'm not scared of the dude that used 10,000 different swords. I'm scared of the dude that used one sword 10,000 times.
Yeah.
You understand? Like, whatever craft you have, master that one craft. You do a bunch of course, like I engineer. I could help write if I want to. I could do certain, but I'm a producer. Right. When somebody meets me, I introduce myself, I'm a producer. I'm not an engineer, a songwriter, a this or that. No, I'm a producer. I can do all the other shit, but you don't need to know that now.
Right. Well, what I was going to say to him is that, you know, when you do get in the room, you're less likely to be kicked out because you can do more things. But to his point, you got to be great at something first. You know what I'm saying? So that introduction sometimes can be a quick yes or a quick no based on how you're approaching people. I watch a lot of art. We've been doing this shit for a while. You already know how long we've been doing this. I can't even tell you how many times people have come up to me and just told me about themselves in like full capacity. I didn't hear nothing, right? Because the conversation had nothing to do with us. It had everything to do about you. So sometimes when y'all reach out, don't be afraid to reach out to people in DMs, bro. Shit does work.
Yeah.
Doesn't happen all the time, but it could work. It's about being short, sweet, to the point of what value can you bring to the situation. You feel me? Just because you make beats, you're not entitled to get a placement. You're not entitled to work with artists. You're not entitled to succeed. That's your drive. That's how you got to be consistent at all that stuff.
And relationships are king. Yeah. Relationships are the true success. Money is one thing, but if you have good relationships, you'll always have money. Always.
But you become the check. Like, I look at my time, it's like, I become the money. It's like, it don't matter. If you're worth something, and that's what you have to prove to people, and it's like, you want to be able to do that. But if you just hitting everybody, and it's like, after a while, it becomes like, yo, he hit me too and shit. You know what I'm saying? You need something. You need a foundation. That's why I say pick up an artist and ride to the death with him. Because a lot of people don't really understand that aspect, because it's like, to be honest, it's oversaturated. And it's like, if you got 1 million people want to be a producer, everybody producing. Y'all just bought a beat machine. I'm a producer. You haven't made a record yet. So you have to fine tune, and you have to, you know, perfect your craft. Come in wearing one hat, and it's like, if you could do something else, they might call you back because they see you could do more than one thing. But when you tell people you do a lot, if you jack of all trades, a master of none.
Yeah. One more question right here.
And all the success that you guys have had through the years, how do you manage to stay original but still adapt to the times that, as music evolves and ages, like New York music doesn't sound the same as it sounded in 2000. So how have you managed to stay inspired and still I guess adapt. You know what I mean?
It's all a feeling, my brother. It's just, music is a feeling. So to me, it's like, I don't view music like it can age. As I get older, right, my music isn't going to sound like when I was 21, because I'm not 21 no more. So my music is going to reflect where I'm at now. So it's like, I don't have to try to keep up with the times. I am the times in my music. You understand? So it's like, I don't overthink it again. It's like, okay, cool. I'm this age. This is the equipment I got. This is what I know how to do. Let's see what happens. And that's all that shit is for me. I never overthink it. You know what I'm saying?
You can't. Like, to me, I look at it, like, it's just so competitive, and it's like, you just got to think, like, yo, what's going to make you stick out? For me, it's the samples that you use, and it's like, you know, I just walk in where it's like, even making beats is like, I'm finding the dopest shit I could ever find. You know, like I said, it's like sports, to shut anybody down. When it comes to your records, it's like I came in a time with the tunnel. I know what it's like to walk in the tunnel and it's like not hear no record you done. And then it's like I went from that to, you know, Flex playing almost all my records on the show for like an hour, hearing it in the daytime, Hot 97 beds, daytime rotation. So I understand what everything is, but it's like you want to be able to be that person where it's like, you know, I say one thing, it's like you can't give me a check, I'm the check. And I'm the check because it's like I know my value for what I do. And if you don't know, let me get your ear for a second and I can run it off. And it's like you just being able to do things that most people can't. And it's like I got that from one person, that was, you know, Derek Angeletti from Bad Boy. And it's like, yo, when you come in, you command the respect you do, not because you talk, but by, you know, when you press and play. And it's like when a person's like, yo, what did you do when you just start pressing play? And they like, oh shit, yo. And then you play your beats and it's like even more like, oh shit, you know. That's what you want. You want to be able to shut, it's like as a producer and knowing this shit, you want to be able to shut everybody down. And it's like, if you can't do that, you might as well just hang it up. I don't care who it is. Like, you have to have that mentality, even though you can be cool with everybody. But it's like rapping. Like, the rappers I know who rap, like Big L, Jay-Z, Big Pun, they was like, yo, I'm the nicest dude ever. It's like, nobody can't beat me in a rap. If a nigga want to rap with me, he going home with his tail between his legs. And it's like, even though this ain't a sport, but you have to keep that mentality, because this is not nothing where it's like, it's going to be like, oh yeah, we just cool. We cool, but at the end of the day, it's like, if you got kids or you got a family, you got bills to pay, like, yo, I need that check, homie. So I can't let you be who you, when I come in, it's like I'm coming with the A+ game. And that's how you have to see things.
Give it up for these two guys, man. Arsonist, Buck Wild. Ars, give me your social media so they could DM you that they're the best.
Instagram, official Heatmakers with a Z. And that's, I'll respond to you on that. So anybody can hit me on that. I'm good with that. What?
Mine is just Instagram _BuckWild DITC. You know what I'm saying? The only way I probably won't reply if it's on the right side. I learned that today. I didn't know that if I'm not following somebody, the DM goes to the right side.
There's the primary and then there's the general one.
But you don't have to be following somebody to go to primary.
Yes, you do.
The first time.
No, but you could. No, I'm saying you could put them in the primary and they'll be there if they hit you.
Yeah, but if I don't know.
He don't know it's even there is what he's saying.
Oh, you didn't know the other folder was there?
Nah.
My God.
It was like that whole T-Pain thing. Remember T-Pain was like, I didn't know it was over here. People ask me for features. Got checks for me.
I look at it like this.
Right.
For me,
it's crazy.
I need big records again. I can't do an okay record because it's like we got a lot of okay shit going on.
Here's the thing. I don't know what's gonna be what no more. So I
you-
do it
you
all
can-
now. I
you-
don't, because you don't know who's gonna win.
I could tell.
Nah, you don't know no more.
No, I'm gonna tell you.
I be thinking I can tell till.
I can tell because it's like people's instinctive rhythms and travel. When you
No, you know what you like.
When you are music.
Yeah, no, I know what you're saying, but you know what you like.
When you are music, and it's like I said, it's like a trick. They want you to do it over and over and over and over again. You could tell when you got something when you walk in the room. And
No, I hear you.
number two, you
I
could
hear
tell
what
you
you're
got
trying to
something
say.
when you got a great artist to work with.
No, I hear you.
Or you got an artist who
You
know what
that
they
new
doing.
Shit that's out where homeboys like I hit her with the. That shit is a hit now.
It's not a hit. It's just popular because of
But that's
like
what a hit
TikTok
is
and
now.
shit.
That's what a hit is now.
Not
It's
really, because it's like
popularity.
no one has anything that really grabs them and that they fuck
I
with.
hear what
Well,
you're
that's
saying,
that's
but
a
what I'm saying,
classic versus a hit.
No, yeah, exactly.
'Cause we had a lot of
Exactly.
classics that
and
weren't
It's not a
hits.
classic, it's a hit. Right? Because some classics weren't hits at the
Facts.
time.
That's what I'm saying.
Munches is not a classic.
You gotta
All right, this conversation's going
You
left
gotta
now.
stop.
First of all, you have these two in the room for too long and you're not paying attention to what's going on. They're going to probably be
Anyway, Buckwild versus Heatmakers coming soon, man.
word. Be on the lookout for that.
Not on
Appreciate
TV,
y'all.
gotta
We're going
be
to take a
there
quick
live.
10-minute break. Then we're getting back in the room and do a live with my man Ken Lewis talking about interpolations and mixing of samples as well. So one more time for these guys. Show some love. Did somebody get a quick flick of the three of us? You take a quick flick and take a picture.
Hi, my name is Andrea Cortese.
Oh, let me put this-
I'm an electronic music producer. I like to do a lot of ambient music. I am from Italy, but now I live in New York, where I brought my projects here. I go by the name Onyx Track on Instagram. And the other one, it's called Kinetic Bloom, where I still produce music with my friend. In this course, I'm gonna show you how to record synthesizer into the tape machine using a tape loops. I will also explain how to record on 4 different tracks, and also I will show you how to record all the samples into your DAW. And finally, I'm gonna show you how to post your sample pack on your website. I'm looking forward to make music with you. Let's jump in.
What's up, guys? I'm DJ Esquire, and welcome to Advanced Modern DJing. Now, I've been a DJ for over 20 years, doing battles, competitions, radio DJing, and performances in clubs and festivals. Now, in this course, we're going to go over all of the concepts needed for you to actually perform in any type of scenario, whether that be clubs, festivals, or rocking in your bedroom. We'll talk about advanced mixing techniques, advanced concepts of these techniques. We'll go into the digital system and perform things with our hardware and software and put it all together for a final set. Can't wait to get started with you guys. Let's jump into it.
Hi, my name is Jay Words. I'm an electronic music producer from Union City, New Jersey. I'm also a teenage engineer ambassador, and I've played live electronic music all over the United States. So in this course, we're gonna go into working and making beats on the pocket operators, one of their well-known instruments. Super fun, super cool. I love their instruments because they're portable and, you know, you can just pop in some batteries and plug in some headphones real quick and you can make a beat. In this course, I'll be teaching the PL20 arcade, the PL35 speak, and the PL33 KO. So I'll be teaching you how to use them individually and also synced up together to make a cool beat. So let's dive in.
Hi, I'm John Schulman, and this is an introduction to sound design for Expert Serum. I've been producing dance music for over 20 years, 10 of them professionally. I've released music on dozens of dance music labels, and I've toured around the country playing records. In this course, I'm going to cover 3 of the most popular forms of synthesis and how they work. I'm going to walk you through every single feature of Serum worth knowing. There's a lot of them. And I'm going to give you some basic sound design tutorials so you can start building your own sounds from scratch. I'm excited to get started with you, so let's jump right in.
What's up, guys? Kimchi Sauce here. I'm going to give you a quick tip on how to make your hi-hat more natural on FL Studio. The thing with hi-hats, especially in the trap beats, is that they're usually quantized and on the same velocity. One thing that I've learned producing boom bap is that you want to give your hi-hat a more natural feel. In order to do that, you're just going to play around with the velocity. That's one example that I like to use. And play with the velocity, lower 1 out of 2 of them to make it more natural, like that. Boom, boom, boom. Let's give it a try. That was my quick tip on how to make your hi-hat more natural on FL Studio.
Hey, what's up, guys? I'm going to show you right now how to make an effect send that is a ping pong delay using only Logic stock plugins. Let's get right into it. First, I have an effects bus here, and I'm going to add an EQ, and I'm going to do a low cut up until about 200, and I'm going to do a high cut all the way down to about 2K. So it's all just those mid frequencies. Then I'm going to add the delay, the standard echo here in Logic using eighth notes. And I'm going to turn the feedback up to about 88%. I'm going to leave the dry all the way down and the wet on 100%. And I'm going to turn the color knob back down to 0, which you can just use the color knob for this instead of using the EQ, but I like to use the EQ because you have a little more control over it if you don't like the way things are hitting. Lastly, I'm going to go into modulation and add the tremolo plugin here, put it in stereo, and it's already set up to a nice quarter note stereo panning by basically automating the volumes of the left and right on opposite times. And that's how you turn a Logic bus into an effect send ping pong delay. If you want to learn more, head to soundcollective.com.
What's really cool is now we can go into this MIDI and do whatever we want to it.
Welcome to Sound Collective membership. Join Sound Collective membership and get access to our facility and all the hardware, DJ, and production equipment we have here on site. Today, we're talking about the Arturia Drum Brute analog drum synthesizer. This is a fully analog drum machine, which has very nice tactile controls, which allow you to control the sounds and shapes of the various drums that are part of this drum synthesizer. We've got kicks, snares, claps, and various percussions, zaps, cymbals, etc. I can shape any one of these. I'm gonna start with the kick. I can change the pitch, the decay time, the impact, and the sweep. Join Sound Collective membership, gain access to our facility, and make music with hardware today.
Hey guys, how's it going? My name is Patrick Ames. I produce under the alias Rare Gems, and I'm here at Sound Collective NYC to teach you guys how to make jungle drum and bass. Throughout the course, we're gonna be chopping up breaks, making bass lines from scratch, sample and drum selection, and everything else in between. Let's get into it. Hey guys, my name is Patrick Ames, and I'm teaching a music production course on how to make UK garage. Let me teach you how to lay down some drums. So I'll start with the kick drum. Add a snare drum. I'm gonna grab every other snare and move it over to the left by one tick to give it shuffle. Now I'm gonna add some side stick for ghost notes. Open hi-hat on the upbeat. Gonna sneak a little hi-hat right before that open hat to give it more shuffle. And a bit of shaker tambourine. And that's how you lay down some UK garage drums. For more, join us at soundcollective.com.
Cool, peace. My name is Pudge, AKA Pudge Mental. Born and raised in Jamaica, Queens, DJ, producer, MC, and educator. Been DJing for about 25 years now. Had the honor of DJing for Fat Lip from the Far Side, Micah 9 from the Freestyle Fellowship, Voice out of New Orleans, Eagle Nebula out of LA. We'll be teaching the art of mixing, which is transitions, going from one song to the next, holding some of those transitions, which can also be looked at as a mashup or a blend, remixing, and some basic DJing skills like cuts, scratches, and the idea of playing what you like and also catering to the crowd, and find that happy balance between introducing people to new music and also giving them a little bit of what they enjoy, and finding a creative way to do that. My teaching style is kind of like the Bruce Lee be like water. It's like the style of no style, whatever fits at the time. So if I see somebody needs a little bit more encouragement, I'll be a little bit more suggestive, or, maybe you could do this. Sometimes people get stuck and get caught in their head. I've seen students go from looking at the program like, what is this? What am I supposed to do here? To then having a full-blown remix that you could play out in the club tonight within a week and a half, 2 weeks, and that's great.
Let's go ahead and record some audio.
So what I did was I chopped up tiny.
I like to think of it as almost having a separate volume knob.
Hey, I'm John, and welcome to Percussive Sound Design in Expert Serum. In this course, we're going to be learning how to synthesize some of the sounds from the classic Roland TR-808 drum machine. So there's several reasons we're using the TR-8 as our examples. One is because, as I said, it's a completely analog drum machine, so synthesizing these sounds in Serum is achievable and relatively easy for many of them, and a little more interesting and challenging for other ones. The second reason is because it's responsible for more hit records than any other drum machine on the market. Thirdly, we're gonna learn because it's just fun. And by learning some of these techniques of drum synthesis, even if you don't use any of these examples or any of these sounds in your production, you're gonna learn techniques that you can use for bass sound design, for lead sound design, for textures, pads, etc. We'll get started and we'll start making some kick drums.
How y'all doing? It's your boy Ski Beats. I'm at the Sound Collectives, and this is Smack Pack Live.
The competitors that you brought, fierce.
We find the dopest producers. We give them a sound pack. They create something with the sound pack. All right, chat. Who should win the Smack Pack Live Challenge?
I think it's Divine Drummer, bro. I gotta say it, man.
Divine Drummer. Congratulations, baby. Flames emoji. Let's see what you got. Let's go. My man Flames. Congratulations.
Flames. Killed it.
Yo, Overlord ain't playing though. He ain't slouching at all.
Yo, what?
Man, yeah, Juice is about to go in. Yeah, okay, Juice. All right. Give it up for Juice, y'all. Come on, y'all. Give it up for Juice. Sound Collective, Ski Beats. We love y'all.
Two.
Check back with me.
Good? All right, cool. Can we just get somebody maybe go out there and just tell everybody to come in? We're get ready to get started. Got it. Okay, cool. I'm going to sit over to the side so you can see me, Ken. And it's coming through on the big screen behind you. Just getting the room full. Give us a sec.
Take your time. No worries.
I'm sure you have a BTS record to mix or something like that.
No, the last two of the year just came out.
Amazing, man. How many gold records? How many platinum records now are we at? With the triple digits for both now, or what?
Officially, it's 114 gold. It's about to be 117. All three Taylor songs I worked on are individually going to go gold too. The album already went.
That's crazy, man.
Oh, they can hear me?
They can hear you, yeah.
Hey, everybody.
Yeah, we're about half full. We're just getting everybody back in the room, so we'll start when everybody gets back in here. I don't think you can see us, though. I mean, you can just see me.
Yeah, I want to see the crowd. I already know what Hatch looks like.
I weigh a lot less than the last time you probably saw me.
Dude, you and me both, brother.
It's all that hard work.
Oh, clean eat. Who knew? Who knew all you had to do was stop eating crap and you just lose weight?
Exactly.
Amazing.
All right, we'll get started. If you guys can put your phones on vibrate, please. I'm sorry, yeah, just mute or vibrate. And if you need to leave the room to have a conversation, you can do that. But let's keep it quiet in here. Without further ado, this is our sample replay / interpolation conversation. We'll discuss some mixing as well. This gentleman is really needs no introduction in this space, but just to give you a little history, he's a busy guy. This guy, he's got, as you heard, he's got over 115 gold records. He's got probably just as many, if not more, platinum records. He's mixed and worked with some of the biggest names in the music, from Jay-Z to BTS. I mean, the list in between is crazy. Can y'all clap it at one time for my brother Ken Lewis, please? So it's raining really bad here, Ken, in New York. It's really nasty. We got about 200 people download tickets, so got about 60 people in the building overall. But we want to have this conversation with you today.
There's some streaming people out there.
Basically, today was it's called Creator Convos. We had a little basic intro convo on it. So we talked about sampling, sample creators. We talked to Buck Wild and Arsonist about the usage of sample and the art of sampling. And then we, want to have a conversation with you in regards to, sample replay, interpolation, and whatnot. Before we do that, though, can you give everybody a little introduction on how you actually got started, just in music in general?
Yeah. So I've been making major label records 30 years now. Like Jay Hatch said, I got 114 gold records. I've worked with everybody. I got a guitar when I was 10 years old, went to Berkeley when I was 18. Got out, engineered for a year in Ohio, moved to New York City at 22 years old, and never looked back. And worked 2.5 years on staff at a big, huge New York facility and went freelance. I've been freelance since 1995, only working for myself. So yeah, it's been a crazy year. I've had 10 BTS mixes released this year. I've done 44 total BTS mixes. The stuff we're talking about today is sample creation, which is the way I got into that was Kanye West, the old Kanye. I got a call from G. Roberson and Jay Brown, two like nowadays legends, but back then we're pretty young guys, and they were managing both. G. Roberson managed Just Blaze and Kanye West at the time, and I had been doing a lot of work for Just Blaze, mixing, sample recreations, performance, whatever. And so Kanye needed somebody who could authentically pull together both rock and hip hop and understand it and recreate something from scratch. They asked me to do it. I nailed the first one. That set me down the road of, he threw every kind of kitchen sink sample at me to recreate that you've ever heard. Some of the notables would be the College Dropout, Last Call, Family Business, All Falls Down, Heartless, Power, and then there's tons more. But one of the great things that the sample recreations did was open up the door for other roles. So, for instance, All of the Lights, Kanye West, the horn section. I produced the whole horn section on All of the Lights. It's all live horns. It was all done at my studio. There are no samples. That opportunity would have never presented itself to me had I not had that door open with the sample recreations. And once you work for Kanye back then, everybody wants to have you do their job. So I ended up working. I've done sample recreations for a lot of people. So
yeah, I mean, just that list alone is pretty wild. I'm over here just jaw dropped, 'cause we've always spoken. I think we've done like maybe 3 or 4 interviews over the years with Ken, and it just always like reminds me of how involved you get with the records you do get involved with, because you know, we had a conversation earlier about not getting kicked out of the room, like by being somebody who can do a little bit of everything. And I feel like you're one of those guys over the years between being able to write, being able to compose, being able to somebody to work with musicians, recreate samples, you know, obviously mix and coordination and sound and vocal arrangements. Like you do a little bit of everything. When it comes to creating samples, what's like your approach to the actual creative side of that? What are you really trying to get accomplished when you are asked to recreate a sample?
Usually when I get a call, they want an absolute mirror back of what they sampled. However they chopped it, however they stretched it, however they pitched it, however they filtered it, or whatever the fuck they did to that sample that they can't clear, that they fell in love with. They want me to give them back the exact same thing, but not using the sample. So every single one of them is just a different puzzle. And you know, I've been making records 30 years, so I've been listening to music for a really long time. And I understand decades of how records have been made. So I can listen to an old 70s soul record and go like, okay, that's probably a plate reverb. I'm hearing these 7 instruments. I can just pull it apart like I'm seeing into a movie. But every single one of them is different. They rely on different skill sets. And it's not about, everybody thinks sample recreation is, okay, well, it's got a piano and a bass and a guitar and drums. So I just need to recreate piano, bass, guitar, and drums. You need to recreate that piano that only exists in one room in the world. And that's what you have to make it sound exactly like. And the overtones and characteristics, and if the C note is a 10 cents flat, you have to recreate it 10 cents flat too. There's just so many onion layers that go into accurately recreating samples. It gets really crazy to do. So, which is one of the reasons that I've got like really high-end sample credits is I turn down all of the mid-range ones. They're just not worth doing. I mean, it's the hardest work that I ever get called to do. And it taps into every single one of my strange skill sets. And then always challenges me in new ways. One of the things I love about samples is I'm always learning new techniques because I always have to figure new shit out.
So how does somebody actually get into that? Because you know, obviously you have to have a high IQ, not only in the instrumentation side of it, but also knowing how things are recorded, right? Because I'm sure there's also mic preamps and different aspects of how things are set up properly.
Honestly, not as much as you would think. Okay. Some guys do approach it that way. My friends at Replay Heaven actually approach it a lot like that. They'll research what studio was it recorded at, what kind of live room, what kind of kit. I don't do that shit at all. If it's a drum kit and it's got a snare, I'll find the best snare hit that I can find out of it, or the best 3 or 4 snare hits, and I will loop those, and in between I will one shot 10,000 fucking snare drums if I have to, until I find the one that sounds the closest. And usually what happens is I'll one shot maybe 1,000 drums or 1,000 snares, and I'll pick out of those 20 to 50. And then I'll put those in a session, and I'll narrow the 50 down to 15. Then I'll narrow the 15 down to maybe 5. And then maybe I'll layer those 5 to create the recreation of that one little snare drum. Or maybe one, usually never one just nails it. It's always a combination of things with a lot of EQ and blah, blah, blah. But it's patience and it's just a war of attrition. You just got to be really patient and listen really carefully and have a ton of focus, and take a lot of breaks.
10,000 one shots.
Dude, I'm not kidding. People think I'm not fucking kidding.
Does he look like he just went through that just now? Like he looks like that. It's like a fresh memory in his mind right now. But then, you know, you get to call the BTS one goal, and you're like, okay, I forgot about that already.
Yeah. You never forget the grind when it's on the radio.
Right. Well, let's talk a little bit about that grind, because creators in today's space, we had a conversation about originality a little bit earlier, and obviously when you're recreating something, it's important to keep the integrity of what the record was intended for, I guess, but also to intertwine it or integrate it into something new. How closely do you work with the actual maybe producer of the record when it comes to the interpolation? Are you in communication with them? Is there is there a certain process in that in its own right?
It depends. If I'm doing a mirror recreation, if they sampled it, so here's the two things that you have to clear when you sample are the master and the publishing. And if you can clear the publishing, but you cannot clear the master, then you hire Ken Lewis, and Ken Lewis recreates your master for you, and you've already cleared the publishing. You have a new master from scratch. You don't need to recreate that anymore. That's how that works. So I can't remember why I brought that up. But what was your original
That was
question?
good. No, so I was just saying in terms of communicating with the actual producer, maybe ask you to do that, or whoever was the point person. What's that process like?
So it depends. Sometimes it's the label reaching out or the whoever reaching out, and they're just like, do your job and send it back when you're done, and we'll listen. Sometimes like a Just Blaze, a lot of times, well, not a lot, a few times, Justin reaches out to me and he'll have me, he's got a sample and he loves the sample, but he can't clear it. And he's like, flip this, make me believe it's, the same, that I sampled it off a different part of the same record. And, just create a brand new musical scape for us. Like a perfect example of that would be T.I. Laugh at 'Em. Laugh at 'Em is all original music. I did all the strings and drums and horns and all of that shit on Laugh at 'Em. But originally it was a sample that they couldn't clear, and they reached out to me and they're like, can you help us? I was like, yeah, of course. So, a week of composing string lines and horn lines and shit like that, and we had it. So, but it was also, Laugh at 'Em was, I wanted to capture the sonics of the original record. So it was components of a sample recreation from a sonics and feel and what types of instruments I chose, things like that.
That's great. Has there ever been a time that's come across where maybe you were asked to do something creatively, to replay something, and maybe somebody didn't feel it was the right vibe, or what type of, because there's always those challenges too, right? We're always about placing beats and getting no's, but I'm assuming if you take your time out to do something specific like that, and you kind of get a no, what's that all about?
So I think basically what you're asking about is like sample flips. So they can't clear the sample. They still want to save the record. Sorry about that, guys. They can't clear the sample. They still want to save the record. So they come to me and they say just exactly what I told you. Like we'll flip the song and we'll make it feel like the original, but it'll be a new piece of music. That almost never works. And here's why. It's different with Just Blaze, because me and him know each other for like decades, and we know, we've just worked together forever. But the normal person, you got to put yourself in the shoes of the artist who picked that beat because of probably that sample and the way that sample hit them, how it inspired them, and how they want to rhyme off it. And then somebody else comes along with an interpolation that isn't that. And then that guy or girl who picked that magical beat with that magical sample doesn't understand why the label can't, just clear the damn sample, or, why can't they recreate it exactly, or something like that. So that's always the burden with trying to flip samples as an interpolationist and give them back something that is really close but not the same. The artist almost never likes it.
Interesting. Very interesting. Let's go back to Kanye West Power, though. And the reason why I like to go back to that conversation is really because S1, one of the producers on the record, or producer of the record, came up through the I Standard movement. And, I was saying earlier, like, he lost his first 3 events with us. And then he won it at the Beast of the Beats in Miami. Literally did a showcase on the beach in Miami. It was amazing. and Ken got a chance to work with him on the project. Can we talk a little bit about the process and exactly what maybe you have done, or even if you know anything about why you had to go through that whole process in general? Like what part of the sample was it, and all that kind of stuff?
So Power was originally, I think the song was called Afro America. Or maybe that was the group. I'm not sure. I forget. Anyway, that was the original sample. The chipmunk chants. So for whatever reason, they couldn't clear it, and they had located the original person who had sung the original vocals on the original record, and his name was Alvin Fields. So they reached out to me and they said, hey, we're going to send Alvin to you, have Alvin recreate the chants on Power, blah, blah, blah. Sent Alvin to me. Well, in 30 years since Alvin had sung that part, Alvin's voice had dropped a lot, and he didn't sound anything like the old Alvin. So it ended up being a very 50-50 blend of me and Alvin chanting on Power, which ended up locking it in. But it was, I've actually done live examples of this. If anybody has seen my mixing night broadcasts, I do a once a month live stream from the studio called Mixing Night. And one of the mixing nights I showed exactly how I did Power, which if you take Power and you slow it down like a turntable, 300 cents, it sounds mostly like me and Alvin in real time with our real voices chanting Power. So that's what we did. We slowed it way down. We recorded at minus 300. Then we slowed it down more and we recorded at minus 400. And we sped it up to minus 200 and we recorded there too. And at each of these different speeds, we stayed in different positions in the room with the mic on Omni. And we each adopted different characters. So he would have he'd be like, all right, I'm going to go deep voice. And I'm like, all right, I'll go high. So, and we would do like take after take. We probably did 30 takes of just different voice chants. And then I sent Alvin away and I spent 2 days making it sound like the sample. And then we came back and we did hand claps and that was done. So.
That's crazy.
But yeah, it's, if anybody, I'm sure you could probably Google it and find it pretty quickly. YouTube Mixing Night. I demonstrate how I recreated Power. So if anybody wants to see it, it's up there.
What's the name of the channel, Ken?
youtube.com/mixing night.
Right.
That is the YouTube channel. I do a once a month live stream, a 2-hour live stream from the studio, do mixing, and it's a lot like this.
Dope. Super dope. Let's talk a little bit about samples and mixing samples a little bit. I think, you've had a lot of expertise in that place as well. I think this kind of goes hand in hand a little bit because there's always something that needs to be done to a sample, whether it be layering of musicianship or, certain pitching or picking something, even the chopping of them sometimes, just the mixing needs to be revised. What kind of work have you done in that space, and what kind of tips can you give to producers who do sample when it comes to mixing with the sample specifically?
Man, I'm going through that right now with a mix. They sampled the dopest fucking old record, and but the vocal in the record sample competes almost 50-50 with the rap. So, it's going to be my job over the weekend probably to figure out how to make both of them audible and work together, make the rapper the star when he's rapping and make the sample the star when the rapper is not rapping. And that's often a lot of automation, a lot of just chopping the sample onto different tracks. So I'll have a underneath track. So whenever he's rapping, the sample goes on this track. Whenever he's not rapping or there's a gap or a pause or something, the sample goes on this track. And it's treated darker here, or maybe I spread it out in stereo or something like that when he's rapping, just to get it away from the vocal and when he's not rapping, then it comes right back to the center and it's the main focus of the record. Shit like that happens a lot. The Alicia Keys single that I just mixed, her Christmas single, December Back to June, was all based on a sample with vocals, and it was a bitch to mix. And but that was really the key. It was splitting it up and just making sure that the artist is always the star when they're performing, and then the sample's the star when they're not.
When it comes to the sample and the mixing as well, what's your, I know people that are really technical and there's people that really have more of a philosophical approach. When it comes to sampling specifically, how much does the feel of the sample, I guess, inspire you or help you prepare to actually mix it, or within the mix itself?
I mean, I am a feel mixer. I try to turn my technical brain completely off. I don't like to think in numbers or ratios, or I do zero math when I'm working. I think about beats and melodies and rhythms and how things are working together. And it's the same, if I'm mixing samples, it's the same thing. I probably get the sample in very early on because the sample is the feel of the record. And even if I don't want to, like, say I want to work on the drums for a while, I'll still have the sample in maybe 6 or 8 dB lower than where it's going to end up, just so that I can feel what it's doing and I can feel the best way to make everything else work with it. Because usually with a sample track, you're trying to make it feel like, to the listener, that it's just one brand new piece of music. It's not like a sample with drums and other shit. It's just like, here's a new interpretation of this sample. So, a lot of times you got to be really careful to make sure that your drums are hitting right. You got to check your phases on your kicks and your 808s against your samples. Sometimes that can completely change the way things hit. It's just a lot of listening and a lot of taking care with it.
Okay, let's get back to the interpolation for the most part. Can you really point out something that maybe was a challenge to you over the years? Like, what was one of the more memorable challenges you've had when you've had to remake something?
She give me money when I'm in need. That one. So that wasn't my voice on Gold Digger. They originally had me recreate Gold Digger. I recreated 2 samples on Gold Digger. One made the main record, the other, the Ray Charles one, they cleared. But originally I did the Ray Charles one. And I had a singer, I had this R&B singer there that I was producing, that 2 of those 4 lines, he became Ray Charles. Anybody on planet Earth would have sworn that they were listening to Ray Charles. The other 2 lines, he had a mental block and he just could not get. So I turned in a Ray Charles sample with 2 perfect lines and 2 pretty fucking close. And Kanye fucking lost his shit and went out and got Jamie Foxx. And Kanye put Jamie in the booth for a minute and a half maybe. And Jamie just riffed she gave me money like he was in the movies or some shit. And then they sent that to me. And Kanye was like, here, make this sound like the sample. And I was like, I had my guy try like 800 takes, and Jamie tried for a minute and a half. And I love Jamie Foxx, but he sounded nothing like Ray Charles. So eventually that sample didn't go. But that's the breaks. Like, I still got paid for it, but I didn't get the main thing. But they used it on a Coke commercial. So if you ever want to hear it.
Wow. The stories behind the music, you don't realize. These are things you don't hear.
Here, since it's the old Kanye, I'll tell you one of my 2 favorite Kanye stories for you guys. And it was that episode. So they send me this minute and a half of Jamie Foxx riffing. Sounds nothing like Ray Charles. And I spend 3 days inventing new tricks, trying every fucking technique known to mankind to make that sound like the Ray Charles sample. And after 3 days, I just gave up. And I called Plain Pat. And I tell Plain Pat, I'm like, he's like, all right, Kanye's gonna call you. Okay. Hello. Hey Kanye, how you doing? Well, not too fucking well. Okay. So you're telling me that I gotta call the guy that just won the Oscar for playing Ray Charles, and I gotta tell him he doesn't fucking sound like Ray Charles. Yes, that's exactly what I'm telling you. Well, what the fuck? Well, if you had me at the session, that would have gone differently, but you didn't, and I can't do anything with what you said. So about a minute later, he's as calm as a completely normal human being, but he was like super ballistic mode for, he just had to get it out of his system, and it was gone.
Sounds about right.
Yeah. So, yeah, I miss the old Kanye.
We all do. When it comes to when you actually are creating music or recreating music, are you bringing additional musicians? Are you doing most of it yourself? Is it a certain mantra that you have when you're approaching it? Like, what do you really want to do with that?
It depends. Usually it's me, or me and like Brent, or me and Dominic. I got a couple guys that help me get them started. But with MIDI nowadays and my sample libraries, I've built up so many fucking ridiculous sound libraries over the years just out of challenges from Kanye. And so I rarely feel the need to use external musicians. And the hardest part about using external musicians is nobody understands the concept of exact, what exact means in every single fathomable way. And it's just like, you can't hire a guitar player to recreate a guitar part. They're just going to plug in and recreate a guitar part. They're not going to detune the third string by 10 cents if it's, they're not going to make that bend exactly perfect. That's shit I got to sit there and study. So it's really hard to use outside musicians for that kind of stuff. But occasionally when it's a specialty thing, you do. Yeah.
Super dope. Any questions out here, guys? Go ahead, Spice. Actually, I'm going to give you the microphone.
How often do you get a request to recreate the sample, but after it's already been chopped, basically? So you're not recreating the original, but just the final product. So the producer.
That's always the way it is.
That's you. Oh, okay, I got you.
That's always the way it is.
Okay.
But often in recreating the chopped version, I have to go back to the original, listen to it at the original speed in stereo, even if it's in mono, dissect what piece they chopped from the record. Then it often helps to hear other pieces of the record that were not sampled, because a lot of times on a chopped sample, you don't hear the decay of a certain thing, like a big snare hit at the end of a break or something, and you hear the reverb just carry. Then if you hear that in a part of the record that you didn't sample, then you can hear like, oh shit, okay, that's about a 3-second plate reverb on that snare. So, all right, I'm going to dial that in. And, different parts of the record, you may have a breakdown where you have only the bass and drums, and you can hear that shit super clearly. So I would go back to the original record and start dialing in the tones of the record, and then figure out, okay, they sped it up this much, they stretched it that much, they pitched it that much. Okay, so often I start going all the way back, recreate the original at the original speed, then I totally re-chop it and re-put it together whatever they did. But the end result, like sample recreations, I'm always coming in at the 11th hour. The number of times I get called where like, we need to release this. We thought this was cleared. We thought this was done. Now we're in trouble. Those are the kind of calls I usually get. So it's usually like all hands on deck. You just drop everything for the next 48 hours and you fucking do it and get it done. But it's usually because they thought they could clear something and then they couldn't.
Cool. Questions back here? Sure.
What's good? What's good? CO Music, Bronx, New York. So when it comes to sampling and things of that nature. Everybody is I'm a YouTube sampler right now. I'm snatching whatever I hear off of if I hear a beat or whatever, something, I'm snatching it off of YouTube. So with that, what is the worst thing that a YouTube sampler or anybody sampling can do, or is trying to take a beat or whatever? What is the worst thing that they could do in order to, you know what I'm saying, as far as trying to get their music out? Like, what is the worst thing like those type of samplers can do and try to make a beat or whatever?
Oh.
As far as quality, as far as putting it out, I mean, like, you know what I mean? Like, in other words, what I'm saying is that if you have a beat, you make a beat, you sampled it, like how do you go about clearing it without getting jammed up?
Well, this is not legal advice.
Disclaimer.
You don't clear it. I mean, how many fucking songs every single day are uploaded to Spotify, day after day after day after day after day? There has to be, you guys got to understand something about the legal system and the music industry. In order for somebody to go after you for sampling, there has to be a big giant pot of money for them to even bother calling their lawyer, even for a cease and desist letter. I mean, shit, unless you have a lawyer on retainer, putting a lawyer on retainer alone is going to be $2,000. So, I mean, somebody samples your shit and they've got 1,000 YouTube spins and 15,000 Spotify plays. It's not worth going through the headaches of trying to clear shit unless you have to with labels. You have to. But if you're just independent, roll the fucking dice. I mean, this is non-legal advice.
But
However,
it's real talk advice.
Here's the worst thing that can possibly happen to you. Okay, there's a series of things. Somebody can send a takedown, like a DMCA takedown, and they can take your song down. That's possible. They could do that. Maybe. But the smarter thing would be they're just going to reach out to you and go, hey, you stole our shit. And you go like, hey, I made $570 in royalties on it. Why don't I give you $250 of that? And they're going to go, well, that's $250 more than I had yesterday. All right, keep using it. Let me know next quarter what you got.
Absolutely. You got a question, bro? How's it going, man? Have you ever recreated a beat so exact that the original artist or the label reached out like, yo, what the fuck? Did you actually take it or?
No, because my reputation precedes me. But my goal is always to get my client sued.
That got to be the goal, right? That's how you know you did.
The number of times that, like, say, the old Kanye's lawyers have reached out to me and gone, or that, like, the A&R guy has said, like, they got flack over, I think, Heartless. And so Ian just hit me up, and I was like, they're like, yeah, the Kanye's getting sued pretty hard over Heartless. I'm like, no problem. Give me 5 minutes. And I pulled up the Heartless session, and I fired up a screen capture session, and I spent 5 minutes looping the sample against the recreation, soloing each section, each stem of the recreation, and then showing how it all went together against the sample. And I stopped and I sent it to him, and the lawsuit was over.
Whew. Crazy. Hey, look, questions back here. Questions. There you go.
What's going on? My name is Brendan. I've been sampling for a really long time, and in recent years, I've noticed that there's been some pretty incredible software that allows you to like take things out of songs, whether it's just bass or vocals or
Ozone, incredible.
Right, and I have RX for my Isotope, and I've recently
yeah,
just started
RX,
using it a lot, and it's like pretty amazing what it can do. I know there's some websites that do it. Do you ever utilize something like that to kind of hone in on something, or does that like hurt you? Because I know it's not perfect, and like there's artifacts sometimes, or is it better for you to not do things like that and you just kind of try to work from the source material, whatever you can do to get you there? That's kind of the approach you take.
You're talking about RX.
I guess specifically, yeah, in this case.
What he's talking about is the one I know is RX Rebalance. So Ozone RX, now it's up to RX 10, but I think 789 I'll do it. Rebalance. And you can pull apart up to 4 pieces: vocals, drums, bass, and other music. And my God, what an incredible job this shit does. I mean, sometimes it's not a perfect science, but sometimes you can hear clear reverb trails and all of the detail. And yeah, I pull that stuff apart because it often somewhat changes the EQ curve a little bit. It's hard to use it for an exact sample recreation, but it often helps you identify individual pieces of what you're trying to listen for that were clouded. Like if the piano was right on top of the vocal, now you can separate those two and you can go like, oh shit, there's a resonance in that vocal I wasn't hearing before. You know, so any of those kind of tools, one of the biggest things about sample recreations is just listening in every way that you can possibly listen. Filtered, lose the bottom, lose the top, lose the sides, lose the middle. Listen to every piece of that record and figure out what everything is doing. And the thing that you will be shocked by is the closer you get to exact, the more shit you hear. I could hear something for 8 hours on loop practically. And after 8 hours, I go like, there's a Rhodes behind that guitar playing the same line. Motherfucker. Wow. I mean, it's the onion layers of this shit are a little numbing, but somebody's got to do it.
Nobody? All right, cool. Ken, if you could leave everybody in the room with one gem in regards to just music, quality, creation in general, what would you advise them?
You know, I think nowadays everybody's got their own studio. That wasn't the case when I was coming up. You have the time and the ability to perfect your craft and to grow your craft. I'm always getting better at what I do, and I'm always pushing myself, even now, constantly to learn new. Like I just adopted Atmos. I'm an immersive mixer now. That shit is so fucking complicated. Oh my God. But we're there now. Whatever you want to accomplish, you got to realize in the music business, your competition is people like me. We're fucking grinders. All we do is work and take as many gigs as we can take and do the best work we can possibly do. And if you want in, a lot of times it's join somebody else's camp. Don't go it alone. Go learn from somebody who really knows what the fuck they're doing. Like my assistant, Jonathan Garcia, he was a successful tracking engineer in New York City. And he moved from New York City and became my assistant engineer and gave all that shit up just so he could come and learn from me. And a year later, his mixes are fucking 10 times better than what he was doing a year ago, for one. And in that year, he's piled up engineering credits with like Alicia Keys and Sway Lee and Pusha T and shit like that. And assistant credit on Taylor Swift. Like, going alone is usually the hardest thing. Find somebody that you can learn a lot from and then figure out how you can make their life easier and go work for them and learn as much as you possibly can, and then take that knowledge and take those networks and take that experience and go make the best records that you can on your own at that point.
That's amazing. Get it for Ken Lewis, y'all. Ken, can you give everybody your social media so they can follow you?
Yes, it's kenlewis.com is my main website, but my Instagram is Ken Lewis Producer.
Ken Lewis Producer on social media. Okay. All right, man. Appreciate your time, bro. We'll speak soon.
Thank you, everybody.
Yes, sir. One more time for Ken Lewis, y'all. Thank you so much, Ken. We'll talk. Peace.
Thanks, Jay Hatch. Take care, everybody. Bye-bye.
That was crazy, bro. First of all, sometimes you don't realize like what actually happens in these situations. Like the gems he just dropped, you won't hear that anywhere else. They don't print that or play it on video. You don't see that. That's the man who was responsible for doing the chants in Power. Like, what the hell, bro? Crazy. big free game, we call it, free game. All right, so we're going to take a 10-minute break. We're going to get into the press play shortly. If you're in the press play or signed up for that, we're going to do that in here. If you sign up for a critique, we're going to do that out in the right outside this area. So just be present in one of those two spaces. We're also doing a giveaway. After all that stuff is done, we're giving away some Calio Audio LP8 speakers. We're giving away a bunch of licenses for Isotope. We're giving away some stuff from TrackLib, giving away some stuff from XLN, Spitfire Audio. So stay tuned, all right? 10 minutes, we're back in the room. Actually, you know what? Real quick, why don't we all go back to the lounge area? I want to just do something back in the far back lounge area. So what y'all think about that conversation? Crazy, right? Yeah, it was crazy. We didn't have arsonists in the room, Buckwater in the room, and then had a visual with Ken Lewis. It's pretty crazy. Talking about somebody with 114 gold records, 127 platinum records. But we also want to have a conversation about some new platforms that are being used for sampling. I'm not sure if everybody's aware that one of our partners for this event, one of the sponsors of my event, and one of the people that I consult, one of the platforms that I consult is something called tracklib.com. If you have not used tracklib.com and you are a sampler, you're doing yourself an injustice. There's a platform where you could actually go online, dig as if you were a sampler. There's loop operations on there. You can loop stuff and listen to it before you want to download it. It's membership tier based. But the greatest part about it is the fact that you could actually download and clear these samples in the same motion. So if you want to sell beats that have samples in them, you could actually clear these samples on your own, pennies on the dollar, versus trying to find a lawyer, contact the publisher, contact the writer, the producer, and all these different things. So I want to introduce you to somebody who's actually part of our Made by Us roster on the sync side, but he's also a brand ambassador and a content creator for himself, as well as TrackLib. Get up my man Beats by Danny one time, man. First love.
Yeah. So yeah, nice to see everyone here. Really amazing event being held right now. So just to let you guys know a little bit about myself, I'm a music producer. I started when I was 15. My name is Beats by Danny. During the pandemic, I got a little bored, jumped onto YouTube and started teaching other producers how to sell beats online. As of last week, I'm at about 10,000 subscribers on my own channel, and I'm doing a lot more new content. to get a placement, you just go back to TrackLib. They have all the information right there. You just say, here's what the label told me was the splits on it. You input that information, and TrackLib takes care of everything else. Everything gets, it's not automated, but in a sense, it gets, all the paperwork gets done in a neat and orderly way, and you don't have to worry about anything. And like Hatch was saying, this is way cheaper than trying to clear it, trying to go directly through the publishing, you trying to be on the phone, trying to call someone. So TrackLib is really there to ease the use of sampling for producers, and also the most important part, which is clearing it, the actual business of it, right? So you'll hear a lot of producers with questions about that, about how do I clear my sample, how do I go about doing this. TrackLib takes that out of the way for everybody. Most recent albums with TrackLib samples on them are the Kendrick Lamar album, the new Nas King's Disease album, Sample Us Too. Everybody samples, not just hip hop producers. Patronata sampled us, dance records sample us. Everybody is coming to TrackLib now to clear their samples, to download their samples. So definitely check us out. If you guys have any questions, hit us up. I'm on the TrackLib account. If you follow us on IG or TikTok, you can also hit me up on Beats by Danny. Either one works. But if you guys have any questions or want my info, I'm around. I'm a very approachable person, whether it's on social media or in person. And one last thing I want to say before I give it back up to Hatch is I actually used to intern for iStanders way back in the day. Arsonist, who was here, used to have a studio in my hometown. I haven't seen Arsonist in 10 years. This was the first day I saw Arsonist in 10 years. And when you hear Static talk about and Moti talk about build relationships, provide value, sometimes your value is not going to be the music. I hear a lot of people saying, I'm an engineer, I'm a singer, I'm a songwriter. For me, my value was a camera. No one was shooting on the small cameras. No one was doing anything like that. Arsonist, I saw a video from Arsonist on Stack DVD. I don't know how old you guys are, but he was like, chopping up the beats on the MPC. And a couple years later, he had a studio in my hometown. My best friend, who's now signed to P-Rock, I'm on tour with P-Rock right now, brought me into the studio because I had a camera in my hand. That's how I provided value to Arsonist. He hadn't seen me in 10 years, saw me, it was like he saw a ghost, but now, I'm gonna link up with him in the studio next week. And now, guess what? I'm 10 years stronger as a musician than I was 10 years ago. So the me he's meeting now is a whole different level. I'm now with TrackLib, and now I got my 10K subscribers that are gonna go through the roof. You guys gotta really take advantage of these opportunities, because not everyone is here right now. You see how many people are here, you see how many, these are the people that are hungry. These are the people that want these opportunities. So take this, don't just look at everyone on the stage, look at each other and see what value you can provide to each other and see how you can come up together. That's like a really big jump from these events. And like I said, I interned for Hatch, and now I'm on his SAPE roster. He's provided a lot of opportunities for a lot of people in this industry. So definitely take advantage of it and give yourselves a round of applause for being here.
Definitely appreciate Danny and TrackLib for being a part of this. They started sponsoring me about 3 years ago. I got introduced to them through Steve LaBelle. You guys don't know who Steve LaBelle is. He's we working on IG, a good friend of mine, my big brother. Everybody says like he's my older brother because you look a little like. I say I look better, but who knows? But the thing about TrackLib is, they're part of these events for a reason. A lot of these brands are part of these events for a reason, right? They're trying to connect with you guys. They're trying to make sure that you know who they are. There's 1,000 brands out here, right? There's Splice, there's Sounds, there's all these different companies, even other tech companies, but a lot of them don't get involved with these events. We got Cali Audio giving you a pair of $800 speakers. You got, licenses from these software companies that charge you $400 or $500 for licenses. They want to be here because they want to connect with you. They want your feedback. They want to learn from you guys. You're a community in this space. So if you guys have an opportunity today, connect with me and Danny. There's TrackLib open on all 5 of these computers back here. You guys can make some decent events while Steven over here the whole day rocking on some stuff. Another record that they did was huge was the T-Minus record, Middle Child for J. Cole. But I've been very helpful in helping these guys even meet some of these producers. So like Major 7 found the sample for the beginning of Khaled's last album, that big reggae record. The sample came through TrackLib. Just now, some of you guys were at the camp this week. A producer by the name of Bandit, who met his manager at my Creative Space event in New York, that moved to LA, Yeah, it's raining outside. Yeah, it might be snowing in certain places, but I know some of y'all travel from pretty far away. I got somebody from Springfield, Massachusetts. They're still not here yet, but they're coming to press play. They just want to be in the room, right? So I can guarantee you one thing about being here today. You're going to meet somebody in this room that's going to help you get better, right? Because you are here to get better, right? We all trying to do, right? This is a very egoless environment, as you can tell. We got Buck and Arson just chilling, talking to people, taking pictures. Like, we only bring the people out that want to be in the room. We don't pay guests. We don't do anything like that. These guys come out because they want to know what's going on. Just like Buck said, they didn't have this stuff when they wanted to come. So utilize this. Utilize this space. You know, Sound Collective in general will be doing some stuff in the future. We're going to be doing these every month. So it'll be a different conversation. Next one might be a sync conversation. One after that might be legal talk. We talk about attorneys and how to, you know, get past the legal guidelines of the music industry, contracts, commitments. So, you know, tap in with us, be a part of it. One of the things that we're going to be doing here specifically is kind of utilizing the space almost like a WeWork. Y'all familiar with what WeWork was? Like office space for like, you know, small businesses. This is going to be a space where you can come in and actually create for the day. If you're in New York and you're out and about and you're like, I'm going to go make some beats. You're not worried about really running down a studio or, you know, finding a space. Come here for the day, pay a little, you know, fee for the daytime. So, and be around other people that are creative. Just like when people go to WeWork, it's like they're like businesses they can network with and whatnot. It's going to be similar for creatives. So, you know, tap in with each other, make sure you all connect. We're going to be sending out, you know, information in the future. Everybody that came out today will get a free membership from B Club as well, which includes some additional perks. So you guys will be getting free membership from B Club directly. They'll be reaching out, and then we're also giving away a specific 30% discount code for Spitfire Audio as well. We got a lot of dope samples and sounds up there too, that you guys can utilize as well. Today, like I said earlier, we're giving away a bunch of cool stuff once we get back in the room at about 7:15 after the press play and the critiques. So yeah, utilize the time. Utilize each other's strength. That's why we're here, man. Strength is enough. You know? So give it up for yourselves for being here. So if you guys signed up for a critique, y'all can hang out kind of like by the area before you walk into the main stage. Anybody who signed up for a press play, you guys go back in the room, and then when everybody's done with their critiques, come back into the room so we can give away some cool stuff. Cool? All right, go.
Y'all making the beat if anybody, you know, has some drums or something, you know.
Got the beatbox over there, you know what I'm saying? Got some artists in the room, you know what I'm saying?
I don't know what I'm using the street.
Right
got to be independent. You're gonna learn how to see what you
Don't use machines?
No, I've actually I've never used it. You know how to use it?
I do, yeah.
Show me, bro.
I mean, yeah.
I've been trying to figure out
this machine.
I mean, the concept, bro, like this is like there's not. I'm trying to get the guy. You got the program.
You gotta put the map each one. In terms of the program itself,
and I don't think that. And I gotta get your food.
Yeah, I was just gonna say this is plus, which means you probably gotta get speed plug in your hard drive. Yeah. So program preference. I'll say this, yo. In terms, this is my one thing advice of drum machine. Singing machine has high hat. Yeah, and then you can hear it on the computer. Yeah, we could try to pull this shit. But yo, I'll say the big thing with machine, it's got high hat with the beat, bro. No beat, so you can hold it, and now you got a hi hat, and it's just very, you know what I'm saying? You can put 64 roll, you can have it change it, boom, change. You feel me? Like that's why people are like, yo, machine's crazy. That one thing is mad. It's out of control. It's crazy. So that I'll say that. Then they also got MP6 Live. If you want to like really do that, that's
Check. Yeah. All right, Jimmy. Give it up one time for our playback guest, Mr. Jimi Kendrix. One time, multi-platinum producer, Grammy nominated, all that good stuff. So, Jimmy, today we've been doing it's called Creator Convos. And all day we had different conversations about sample creation, people that use samples. We just had a dope Zoom call with Ken Lewis about interpolation. He was telling like old Kanye stories and shit. So, if you guys don't know who Jimi Kendrix is, please do your research on this gentleman. He's made some of the biggest hits in music, as humble as he is. Avid sample user, but he's also a percussionist and a musician, so he understands everything from all different angles. One of the most humble people that I know, really close friend of mine. Recently had a daughter. She's getting old already, man. I feel like she's like, how old now? 4 months? 6 months? Sheesh. It's crazy. They just grow up in front of you so fast, don't they? So what we're doing here today is just really kind of like just doing a press play. So we have some writers, we have some producers, some samplers, some people that don't sample. Really no rhyme or reason to this. We don't got to give any feedback or anything. If you want to say something, feel free. But before we get started, though, real quick, sampling. Talk about your creative process when it comes to sampling in general.
Well, my process as far as sampling first starts with me being just an avid music lover. It's hard to grab to a sample if you don't really love what you're doing. So before I even got into the aspect of sampling records, I first was just a record digger. My mom and family, they were church people. So it was like, you're going to go to church, and then you're going to go to church, and you're going to go to church. And all that other music is the devil's music. So we were allowed to really like listen to certain music. You know, jazz music was like, oh, it's too much. And as we got older, we got more into digging for records, vinyls. My uncle is one of the hitmen. So when he got with the hitmen, I got a chance to see a lot of the records as well as the process, being around them, and then seeing how Puffy will take a record and he would literally just sing or mimic a record just to one of the producers, give them the sample, and then from there they would bring it to life. And it was just amazing to see how that process worked. And then when my sister, Kelly Price, really started working with Puffy, then she began to use us as her production team. And me being a drummer at heart, my brothers, they all play keys. My twin brother plays bass. My other brother plays guitar. And that comes from being in church and just being around music. So once I got into that aspect, I realized, okay, playing aspect was not strong yet, but my ear was, that was my asset. So long as I could hear something, whether it was a melody or whatever, I can use what I have, whether it was MPC or ASR 10, and be able to bring it to life the way I hear it and translate it. And once I did that, it was a blessing, but then it also became a curse in many ways as well, especially when artists were taking the records, like Jay-Z, the Jay-Z record with I Did It My Way, which was Frank Sinatra, which was Paul Anka, which was a whole lot of politics, just to get that record. And the crazy thing is, at certain points of that process, I was willing to back away and not give him the record because it was too much politics. People was lawyers going back and forth. But Jay loved the record that much. He was like, look, like, we want the record. So let's old man, you know, Frank Sinatra in the grave is asking for that money. Let's bite the bullet and give up the publishing because of the sample. And the record became what it was as far as just classic. But politic-wise, it wasn't like the best move for me in a way. But the whole thing was I never did it for the politics to begin with. I did it because I love what I do. And it was just a blessing to have someone like Jay-Z on the record, be able to be in the studio with Jay-Z when we did the record. And then many years later, the record is what it is, you know, for forever. When Jay-Z ever mentions that record, ever plays that record, my name will be attached to his name in history for that record. So it's a blessing. And then that turned into other opportunities. So
yeah, I think one of the things we kind of touched on it earlier, sometimes, you know, sampling gets shunned upon, you know, in terms of like monetary gain and ownership and stuff like that. But I know many producers, Jimmy included, that were avid samplers who loved sampling, just felt like it really added some value to what they were doing sonically, that other people fell in love with and began to utilize these guys for what they were great at, that kept their name valid moving forward. And all of a sudden you're like, oh, you did that J record. So that led to an opportunity. And that, you know, Murder Inc. came along and they were like, yo, we need some of your sauce on these Ashanti joints. Or, you know, with this record with Ja Rule or Shine, or he did Jimmy Choo for Shine, which is a, you know, real big record as well. He did what was it, The Unforgettable? Was that the name of the title? Wonderful for R. Kelly and Ja Rule, was one of the biggest records at that time. But these records are classic records that have samples. And a lot of people don't even realize how much sampling is still being done in the top 200. At one point, there was like 47% of the top 200 was sampled music. You know what I mean? So it's a continuation and a recreation of what people have already done and paved the way for, but it's also a reinvention or a reintroduction of certain people. Because now you start looking at, he sampled so-and-so. Let me go look at this person's music. Now all of a sudden that person's streams go through the roof and go crazy, you know, because there wasn't streams available when Frank Sinatra was alive or, you know, so-and-so was alive. So you get familiar with the sample, you start Googling it, you start seeing who the person is. Now you might become a fan or, like, you know, start listening a little more outside the box, especially as a creator. I think we're always trying to keep our ears open to things that inspire us. And I feel like sampling is one of those things that it's like, you know, taboo, where people are like, oh, well, you shouldn't really sample because of this. But then there's also the other side where you should sample, do what you love to do, and that might lead to, because I'm sure when they told you they were going to take all the publishing, the first initial thought was like, what does that really mean monetarily for me? But then when you started seeing the opportunities arise, you kind of knew why you did it. So I don't want to get too much. This is my brother right here. Just want to make sure he got a chance to speak. One more time for Jimmy Kendricks. He's going to be here listening to some of y'all stuff and just vibing out with y'all. So we'll do it like this. I'm going to call your name up here. Just going to introduce yourself. My name is such and such. I'm from so-and-so where, and I do this. Play your 2 beats or 2 songs, 1-minute snippets, and then you're just going to give everybody your IG so we can all get familiar with each other, hopefully collaborate in the future. Sound good? All right. I don't need no real speeches. I don't need no, like, you know, my dog was sick today and I decided to, you know what I'm saying? Let's just get right to it. So first up here, get up for Daniel Jimenez. Y'all show some love for my man Daniel Jimenez. We have an iPhone and we have the new the CPU charger for the new Android. So plug up and introduce yourself, my guy.
Hello. All right. Hello. My name is Daniel. I'm a producer and an artist from Queens. I live in Brooklyn now. Yeah.
Perfect. Follow his example. Last call. You're on deck. You're on deck. Okay. Daniel one time, man. Good stuff, bro. Go to the next one. Got a little more room on the volume. Give up my man Daniel one time. Daniel, what's your social media, sir?
It is PHLATO, which is says Flato Music.
Good stuff, my guy. All right, let's keep it rocking. Next up is my man Last Call. Clap your hands for Last Call. Here you go, sir. Introduce yourself.
What's going on, everybody? Last Call Productions from White Plains, New York. And I'm just going to play some beats for you guys.
Tasha's next. Tasha Burnett. Yeah, you're next. I'll skip you for a minute. Yeah, now.
You guys can find me on IG, LAST_CALL 2021.
Word up. Any writers in the room, make sure you connect with these producers as well, vice versa. We got Eric Balcar, is that how you say it? Eric Balcar? Ballard? Where are you? I don't see you. Okay. Sure. All right, clap it up for Eric one time. Show him some love. Watch out for the step up right there. There you go. iPhone or? All right, perfect. Okay. Once he's plugged up, let him introduce himself. Cool.
Field.
Look good. There's
3
like
of
a
4
little-
values entered.
little table right in
Secure
front of you right
text
there.
field. Double tap to edit.
Okay.
Junior, known as Dr. 88, a stage name. So I write songs and piano player, all types of instruments. And I'm going to share some tunes for you.
Let's get it.
Passcode 5:43 p.m. Pass 8. T not 0 4 3 2. Music 4 joyous 3 popular track 3 sequence 3 sequence. Library back button.
You played all this too, right, Eric? You played all this stuff.
p.m. One notification. 5:45 p.m. Two notifications. 5:45 p.m. Seek track position. Pre pop. Next track. Next track.
You can find me on IG at Eric Ballard Jr. ERIC B as a boy ALLARD Jr. And same on Facebook too.
Clap your hands, man. Very, very talented individual. Yeah, man. Yeah, crazy. All right, next up, I think she might be ready. All right, Tasha, get up here, y'all. Okay. Give them the basic introduction to yourself.
My name is Annie Hardknocks. I am a manager. It was a time in my life where I only produced my own beat. I couldn't find no producer, so I did my own thing. And somebody said, yo, you hot. And I did a song. It's lyrics. Okay, I wrote the song, I wrote the hook, and I did the beat. All right now. And it's gospel.
Plug up. You got the iPhone right there. Then watch. See you next.
I was so far
A little louder.
gone until you came along. Help me to see where I was and you brought me back home. Now I'm free from sin and deeply cleansed within. This new life has begun. My far gone is now
Far gone, far gone, far gone. I was far gone in the zone. Never left my home without the vest and the chrome. I'll invest in them stones to push more numbers than a cellular phone. My head was blown and heaven knows at the age of 7 my mama gone. So I was grown, hard-headed, adolescent, arrested at the age of 11. And still didn't learn my lesson. You get the message, predicate felon from all the drugs I was selling. From the back blocks to the crack spots to the have-nots to the jackpots. You took me from the bottom to the top. I had to stop taking chances in the ghetto, dancing with the devil. My people was evil, living illegally, lethal, and me too. Now I soar like an eagle. Wait on the Lord, and the Lord will keep you for the sequel until we evenly equal. You might break you like a thread to a needle. It's my pleasure to please you, meet you, and greet you.
I was so far gone until you came along. Help me to see where I was and you brought me back.
For we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against principalities, against power, against rulers of darkness in this world, against spiritual wickedness in high places. Where therefore take on the whole armor of God, that ye may be able to withstand the evil day. Ephesians 6:12.
We're not afraid of the devil. Bring your gun, bring your shovel, taking it to another level. Get or use no for your struggle. Put down the gun, pick up the Bible. Now it's time for survival. Know your rivals, let God be your idol. Time is too vital.
My hood is hot, my hood is hot. Them bullets pop, crooked cops drop your top. You don't wanna go to war. You the one that call the law. You don't wanna go to court. Play the game like a sport. Bail out the jailhouse. Loyalty for them lawyer fees. Certainly it's more to see, it's more to be. We royalty, we move accordingly. But the streets keep calling me. You don't wanna go to war with me. I woke, I'm on my feet.
We're not afraid of the devil. Bring your gun, bring your shovel, taking it to another level. Get or use no for your struggle. Put down the gun, pick up the Bible. Now it's time for survival. Know your rivals, let God be your idol. Time is too vital.
You say me ghetto. Me no afraid of the devil. Squeeze the heaters, go get your shovels. No halo. Shoes on the payroll, Jesus came to save souls. In the ghetto, get on my level or lay low. In the ghetto, let's get into it. It's big like that, bigger than music. The merchants is a movement. Let's get stupid. Got a unit full of shooters straight out of Cuba. I'm an entrepreneur.
I love it. All right, next up from upstate New York, actually originally from Queens. Get up for Ben YC, y'all. Show him some love. The drip. I like those, bro. Similar. I got the old school Puma joints, though.
Bring the bounce back.
Now you wanna touch it. Now you wanna kiss it, babe. You love it how I do it, and I love it how you do it too. So baby, put it down on me, where I could take you down. And boy, I'ma always show out on FaceTime when you're out of town. So boy, come through, come and take me down. But no one above you. I promise to love you and hold you down. Boy, come through, come and take me down. But no one above me, and promise to love me and hold me down.
Yeah. Kush God, bitch. Shh, quiet money make not a sound. The only time you be getting is when I'm not around. Yeah, I pick a spot and I lock it down. First it's slow and then it grows, it's rocking now. Yeah, PJ on froze, little horse on clothes, big gun, long nose. It ain't about nothing if it ain't about dough. Your favorite stoner's favorite stoner, shit, they love my flow. Kush God is chillin', pounds to the ceiling. What more can I say? It's legal dealing. I don't trust the soul, that's why I hustle alone. I don't trust the soul, that's why I don't talk on the phone. I don't trust the soul, that's why I stay in my mode. 100 in the foreign, I'll be finished by the morning. I'm packing up late and I'm out in the crack of dawning. You standing on the line for Jordans. We ballin', Harlem get the money, long time no cash. Harlem get the money, long time no cash. Harlem get the money, long time no cash.
Okay. I made time for this. Figure they wanna hear me, this shit drop cozy with the pull up. McCullum for a day if I ain't booked up, this shit a mess. I got a family tired of ones I'm giving knots to. Shout to VA, I even got some shit with knots too. I dropped a project, could've dropped two, I'm that productive. She know that she don't have to call, but acting so seductive. I act her ass like a Bow Republic, smoking nuggets. Niggas popping up high, open cupboards, holding luggage. Hey, this the rapture before the rapture. Last supper, throw a dinner party, I'm Robert Glasper. God say I'm sure by seeing that I'm robbing pastors. Let us ball with these, grab a weave, she bobbing faster. Rocky Factor, this for the ones who knew me back when I would go by Casper. To get the 5'9" from Tech, I had to walk by Casper's. PGA flow, I need my masters and my coat. Met me once, was like he cute as fucking person, and he dope, and he wrote all of this. No rider you can call for this. Santa throwing beers like what it costs for this. Think I hit my mark with this. Shout to Detroit where my partners is. In them Gators lounging, no Martianness. Not a thing, boy, this shit priceless, nigga. Eating late like an industry.
This is a 137th Street City College bound 1 train. The next stop is Chambers Street.
My mind sounds like check one. My mind sounds nice. Yeah. Test on 1 2 1 2. Yeah. Let's go. Let's go. Yeah. Let's go. My mind sounds nice. Check one. Yeah. My mind sounds nice. Stone when I'm in my zone, smoking on the homegrown, feeling like I'm all alone. Used to go to King Dome, walk the park with Tony Tone, listening to bone, feelings in my bone. I could tell it, I could give a fuck about a list. I could give a fuck about a diss. I could give a fuck about your clique. Shut the fuck up before I rock the bitch. My mama named me, my papa gave me cock to take the piss with, to fuck your bitch with. Life is different from me. For instance, type of niggas raise kids, and some chicks he wouldn't raise his kids with. That type of twisted sick shit.
What you say, nigga? Time's out. Let's start over with this conversation. Sounds super crazy right now. And I got my 2 kids listening. You said what? Nigga, you got me fucked up.
I could give a fuck about a list. I could give a fuck about a diss. I could give a fuck about your clique.
ask the Lord, where
This is
do I
James
go?
World.
Where
Live being on top of James World.
high in the sky, high in the sky, in the sky.
Type of shit that you want to start rapping again.
Too groovy.
Sitting behind 5%, you can see the G name. Lil' one going crazy, ready to split for the get name. If it wasn't for Google, man, that bitch wouldn't know my nickname. Dropped a Maybach truck on a watch and it was plain Jane. Let the door swing the door open, smell cocaine. Trafficking drug money, you chop out this rolling. Stepped all in mud, this bitch can't wait to tie my shoelace. Ocean like girls, bet this money make a bitch so gay. Money real long, biggest King Kong when you make trap go jump. Yellow wrist stone, canary yellow stone, I'm putting on that stuff. Digging in the bank, pull out my money, make a bitch bust a nut. Came out the bando just about diapers, had to hit me a lick. I bought a Tahoe from the trap money, haven't even seen a brick. Cocaine by the kilo, these days put it right on my wrist. You can still see the chain lit up, set mine 5%. Every time I re-up, they got advance at least 20 M. I been getting richer and richer my whole career. To the dope money.
Too groovy.
Yeah. Said I done came from all the rags, now I'm winning. Got bad bras willing. I can see my future, boy, them bags all in it. Big homie told me chill, we knowin' damn are you with it. Don't prove it for a moment, that's your life or a sentence. I see the karma for all the problems I caused in life. I know I'm breathing cause part of it's turning wrong to right. Who would've thought this fucking mic would turn into my wife? She never fight, never fuss, hit me through the night. See the coffin near his sight, but still I'm riding. Ain't ducking, dodging, or hiding. Cause this life is perfect timing, no wishing, I'm really grinding. Diamond in the rough, I'm the one they hoping they find it. Look inside my soul and go blind from how hard it's shining. With these lyrics I let out, you can see the flow of the chosen. Cause this voice up in my head steady saying that I've been goated. But homie, I'm busy floating, too focused to even notice all them changes in my role. All this weight all up on my shoulders, but I'm leading by example, so know I'm gon' see the motion. While these clowns still laying bars about how they steady gon' blow shit. Y'all some roaches, I'm gon' spray like it's raining. Y'all bout to soak it, acting like nobody up in your city don't really know shit. From all the rags, now I'm winning. Got bad bras willing. I can see my future, boy, the bags all in it. Big homie told me chill, we knowin' damn are you with it. Don't prove it for a moment, that's your life or a sentence. focused on the views. Smoking, talking life while I'm chilling here with June. God knows what we've been through. Shit that we still do, but still do that shit that gon' get through. I've been focused on my mind. While the money getting growth, had a couple switch lanes, now I treat them like a ghost. Yeah, I know that you dead, but ain't shit else to know. How to switch up how I love and the way I let it show. I see it often, the bullshit, I get it off me. I peep the beef that you reaching, but ain't no way you could off me. I'm deeper than any root, and my truth is what make me blossom. Bitch, I thought that I was out, but I was really playing possum. I was working on the brand for y'all, prayed up on my last. Now you tripping that I'm coming for your favorite rapper's bag. My loyalty don't come with an extra fee. I'm really me about it, these fucking beats. Put this shit in motion. Lose some things, how to turn off my emotion. I loved it all, but now I gotta keep it focused. And I ain't gon' regret my past, but it broke me. I had to pick up all these pieces just to move me. It put me down, but I ain't never let it hold me. But then when I'm really gone, they gon' clone me. They won't ever be the man, that's for sure. They won't ever own me. I lost some things I thought were mine, and now I'm gone. I had to wake up, change some things all on my own. You know sometimes I plan just ain't the way it goes. Yeah, nigga, and you know. Wow, I said it's Mr. Gone, manifest that. Go and get the best back. Step inside my shoes, hold this weight and try to rep that. Been by the door, making bread through a setback. Probably why I be the thing my ex is trying to get back. Never overheating, even if I'm on the road. Steady running all these laps while you barely getting on. Worried about a bitch, quickest way to lose it all. Why you think I'm only focused on the go? I had to wake up just to put this shit in motion. Lose some things, how to turn off my emotion. I loved it all, but now I gotta keep it focused. And I ain't gon' regret my past, but it broke me. I had to pick up all these pieces just to move me. It put me down, but I ain't never let it hold me. But then when I'm really gone, they gon' clone me. They won't ever be the man, that's for sure. They won't ever own me.
Skrilla, shorty a vibe. Pull up. Shorty a vibe. Know it's lit when I look in her eyes. Let her energy want me to slide. Send a text and she always reply. Vibes, 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 vibes. Shorty a vibe. Know it's lit when I look in her eyes. Let her energy want me to slide. Send a text and she always reply. Vibes, 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 vibes. Skrilla, vibes. Shorty bad as she sanctioned. Cool waters and I drink her. Call me daddy when I spank her. Pussy so good that Skrilla had to thank her. Couple views, couple angles. Mamas go crazy on camera. Do the split on the banana. She got me questioning the Moses standards. She keep it cool and I like her. Love how she ride like a biker. We rolling up and we smoke and we fuck. Man, music and pulling on nighter. She love the way that I talk. So yeah, I gotta wait with my words. Calling them just as you bought. Complimenting all your curves. And girl, I admit it. Cause you back cause I couldn't forget it. Far from born, little mama, so what it. Keep it gutted when rocking my fitted. You different. And you such a vibe when we sipping. Between your thighs, I can taste the ambition. I love your presence, you're gifted. Promise you won't, so Skrilla gon' listen. Shorty a vibe. Know it's lit when I look in her eyes. Let her energy want me to slide. Send a text and she always reply. Vibes, 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 vibes. Shorty a vibe. Know it's lit when I look in her eyes. All right. Settle down. We're gonna pick up from last week. I see a couple new faces. All right. So we're gonna go around the room. You know how this goes, all right? So what are you here for? I
I ain't here to talk and I ain't here to make a friend. What are you here for? I'm annoyed by people even more when they ask me again. What are you here for? I get tired of living, I'm just tired of playing pretend. What do you do when you're back on the fence and your kids gotta eat and you can't make amends? Now what are you here for? My PO want me, guess he said that I'm breaking the rules. Well, what are you here for? Claim me know what I do, don't get caught cause I do it too smooth. Well, what are you here for? I ain't half as crazy as the ones that's sitting in this room, so thank you kindly. I'd rather not give you my thoughts, I'm not in the mood, so what you here for? Shit, I come home from work and I still take my babies to school. So what you here for? Bitch lazy, she ain't thankful for nothing I do. What you here for? I got tired of disrespect, tried to get my best, slammed her on the neck. Should've left when I'd have told the bitch to step. Now I'm stuck in this room. What are you here for? Now everybody got a pass, I'm tired of giving out passes. What you here for? I fell in love with the bitch and started paying for her classes. This bitch was fucking my best friend in the car that I paid for. So I called the gang, I set him up and caught him lacking on his day off. Hold on, I got a question today, sir. Will this help?
I do not know where this road's gonna take me. I wanna be with you, but I had to break free. You tell me you love me, but act like you hate me. Blame it on me, but girl, look how you made me. You could've changed me. Thought of you living your life thinking that you could save me. I'm afraid we gotta let it go, baby. You were sad on the daily, you just remember it vaguely. But since the beginning, girl, you were unfaithful, ungrateful, unstable, sweeping it under the table. No payload, you laid low, so shameful, thinking we were on a label. Look at Lil' Shawty, she living without. Dancing for dawn, she stripping for clout. I put my song, but I'm feeling it out. Dancing for dollars. I got the blues and I got the jewels you living without. All of my women are down for whatever, ain't giving a clout. She said that she want it, but she know that she need to figure it out. Either you win or you out. Drinking until we get red. I'm tryna give me some legs. She said that she do it the best. I'm about to fuck up a check. to put tech on the wrist. I'm taking her back to the crib. I start up the party, we lit. I wanna get to know ya. 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 I'm full of the dream. I sit on a throne, I'm good on my own, I'm doing it big. All of these niggas is jealous cause they know she fuck with the kid. I'm loving this shit. Popping the coupe, dropping the top, then we got a dig. Yeah. Look at the way that I'm flicking my wrist. All of these bitches be wanting my kids. No, fucking the bed and we fucking the floor. Blow out that balance, she begging for more. Get it, I got it, then I gotta go. I'm about ready to turn up. Pretty little bitty, she show me them titties and taking the shirt off. I ran through your city, I've been here too many, I'm calling it murder. Yeah, just what it is.
And everything. It's called H. His name's H. Dottie. It's called Timing.
Yeah, I've been on a different type of timing. I can see through these Cartier lenses, these niggas ain't riding. I guess niggas hate me cause I'm styling, but I ain't ducking nobody, my nigga let me know I'm sliding. Free my steppers off the island. They just tryna get a check, they ain't tryna hurt on nobody. Pick you up in something stylish. Let the breeze hit your face while we swerving, that's 550, feel like you got it. I just feel like I got niggas hearts in my pocket, no bullet. These niggas ain't fucking with me, I made sure they understood me. I'm a different type of nigga once I back up that black hoodie. And I came through fucking like no nigga, treat me like no rookie. Niggas hate the way we steppin', they can't drip like us. Body been different, niggas say cause they ain't rich like us. Lazy be switching, niggas say cause they can't switch like us. And she like, bitch, Daddy, I love it when you in my guts. She like, Daddy, you that nigga, no one bigger. Peep the way I step, the way I talk, you could tell ain't nobody bigger. Got so type of mindset how I paint the picture. And I could tell a million ways about how I differ from these different niggas. I'm a dog, my nigga, no, we is not the
I'm a prodigy, I only get my strength from he who lives inside of me. Got no time to be did over, I ain't into sodomy. But I can promise y'all the whole world's gonna get tired of me. But bitch, I ain't no swim pad. I'm just trying to sell these 7 C's like I'm Sinbad. But I got these niggas not going like we in Trinidad. On my own deck flow, so I've been bad. Wearing all these hats, bitch, I've been mad. Autonomous, cause of broken promises. Enlighten consciousness, transform just like Optimus. And you got my vendetta, so I remain anonymous. I fix sight on him, cause he's my optometrist. Niggas doubt my ability, then they try to outriddle me. But I'm blessed by the Trinity, influential like Diddley. 93 till infinity, promise y'all will remember me. When I open my mouth, you know it's true, I ain't no Milli Vanilli. Promise y'all that I ain't just crazy. I just tread the waters like the Navy. And I ain't got time for your maybes. Cause all these whack rappers think they made it. Yeah, I'm just trying to be respected. Cause I'm tired of being neglected. And I know that my time is rented. And I know that my feelings can be reckless.
Oh God.
If I get mad, yeah, I'ma need deliverance. Hands off a wrong bitch, it won't make a difference. Won't make mistakes, everything will be deliberate. So I'ma have y'all squealing like pigs running off this cliff. If I get mad, yeah, I'ma need deliverance. Hands off a wrong bitch, it won't make a difference. Won't make mistakes, everything will be deliberate. So I'ma have y'all squealing like pigs running off this cliff.
Got it from Ray. Got it from Ray. Got it from Ray. Run this shit.
shorty. You been my peace. You ain't like the mother trees. Just everything you do, you leave me speechless. Please, do this one thing for me. Please assure me I'm your me and more, and you won't let me go. Let me go nowhere with you. I don't know no fair. No. Girl, you the one had denied, baby. You were down, man to make it mine. I don't need no one else but you, baby. You weathered the storm, and I was warm and staying, baby. Fuck them other bitches. I don't need the misses. I've been distant, so resistant to the toxic shit. I need your hugs and kisses. Fuck them other bitches. I don't need the misses. I've been distant, so resistant to the toxic shit. I need they don't do it like you do. They don't do it like no, like you do. They don't do it like you. They don't do it like you. They don't do it.
You got me feeling lucid, oh, tempted to touch. Feel like I'm in a movie, Netflix top 10 #1. And nobody could wiggle their way to the fruit side. Or maybe it has somebody that I can make one of my good habits. God damn it, you make time for me. It ain't no surprise you see when you don't settle for less, something good happens. I know my worth and I'm good at it. It ain't easy, believe me. Tryna see more than the stars up in the ceiling, yeah. Oh yeah, we giving it some meaning, yeah. Feel it, yeah. Got me turned out of my head. Oh my, feels like it's just you and I. But it's a slow wine, slow wine. Oh, 'cause you got me turned out of my head. Oh my.
Feels good walking into the bank. Do my thing with the shank. How you walk in the plank? Cough up a lung, spit it in the officer's face. Then do my time upstate. I don't rhyme with the grace. Bark on you wild vex. Irate and byrate. You got baby mama traits. Bring drama and disdain. Grip on the 8th. Funny Jack Nicholson ways. Move weight, fast pace. Got the nugs in the shape. Pull a dub out the safe. Bitch, we going shopping. Anything I want.
Yo, y'all know who Terminology is? You know Term? So Term used to come do my showcases when he was super young, like 16, 17 years old. We used to have to sneak him in the club, like the back, around the back, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's crazy that he's still killing it, man. My man D-Day been rocking for you in a minute too, man. Good shit. All right, last few producers and writers. D-Day, you social? Social? All right, that's what it is. You got that clothing line too, so make sure you follow him. Word. Facts. Next up, get up my man Shabazz, y'all. Shabazz, let's get it.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, I need a minute. Let the burners roll the paper with the reefer in it. I got a pocket full of stones, a wallet full of profit. Leave the shooters at the door, I keep them out of options. See why they watching, I feel them hating. No need to gossip, we demonstrate. We keep it popping, you wanna weigh and you wanna ride. And we be the wave and the love is all that we on. And we keep it flatting, you know you feel it gonna seen the Southern Revolution sound like this. Spilling Moet with the truest while the roof gone.
My OG ain't lie. I done came through the block and everything that's fly. We done been through the fire and we ain't died. And there's a whole lot of diamonds that we ain't buy, so dig it. My niggas finna shine cause we got it. My niggas finna shine cause we got it. I'm all about the grind and I want it. Most of y'all talking, my niggas is on. Y'all done heard for the Lou in Jacksonville, so I'ma break them off with that massive bill. And I took more shots than these actors will, so I'm not trying to hear about how you rap.
They told me I'll never be shit, I'll never amount to be shit, whatever that nigga say, but now they see me in that V6, you get me? More like V12 and shit, but you know, who am I?
Yo. Lost souls at the crossroads, super sport mode on a Range Rover, $1 million nigga in some plain clothes, merging when the lane closed, to the neck and wrist froze, Cuban link gold, every time we link hoes, cause they know, farm pink slips, only way we roll, get money, stay low, blowing on tropical, Sade in the background, sounding so melodical, see so many colors when you chasing after pot of gold, close one won't control, put positions in they fold, like clothes, so I had to change them like Hove, I'm the son that broke the mold, don't fit in, stand out, even with a man down. Show him I'm the man now, no handout or masters, but look how I panned out. Didn't write a plan out, just got the grams out to the fan mouth. Fuck cloud, I'm on a different route. Self-efficiency, the only thing I ever cared about. Why bitches wanna know my whereabouts? I'm in and out they mouth like I'm in and out they house. Don't worry about me now, you wasn't with me on the couch. You don't even deserve backing all these beamers out, so don't pout. Dug it out, and bitch hold it down. You wasn't round, but I bet you hear me now. Yeah.
You have
I just fucked your bitch in the backseat. She can have it, she ain't gotta ask me. She with a man, but she curved me when she passed me. Now she acting like she ain't never had me. Kinda love it when she gets on ass. I know she thinking about it, now she tryna add me. I be ballin' on these niggas like a athlete. I'm timeless, baby, you can never catch me.
Got your bitch tiptoeing in the bando. Pulling up to the crib in commando. Shorty said that she too much to handle, but I blow it out, baby, like candles. Cutting ham high, scramble like Randall. You ain't no baby girl, I was the man, ho. Backseat, then it's back to your man, ho. If he want, he can front, I let the can go. You know how it go, girl. You know what we all want. You know what we all want. It was nice, then we all gone.
I just fucked your bitch in the backseat.
Think of you as often as I do. Don't you know that our love, as sweet as it was, did not start from above? Cause your mama issues made it so you trust no woman. Had a tear dry when you found out she died right in her jail cell, and she never come home again. Your aura is like blue skies. I need you and I can't lie. Give it to me all night. Put you down for bedtime. Love you till the sunrise. Your aura is like blue skies. I need you and I can't lie. Give it to me all night. Put you down for bedtime. Love you till the sunrise.
this rental car is so boring to drive.
Let's be honest. The rent-a-car industry is the definition of...
Everything for my son Dot, nigga. Everything for Naughty, nigga. I'm with the goons right now, nigga. OOG! Yeah! Everything Dot, gotta steal that shit. God! Everything for Dotty. Bow! Like, everything for Dotty, nigga. Suck my dick.
Like why niggas dissing my man? Count one down, make him put him in his hand. Think it's a game, I ain't playing. Like block on block, I'm a layer. Big face shot, rearranger. Like, Nazi got shot, he was shaking. He got hit from the gun to the
Ain't no more for the 7-day shot. Doggy, we always smoking your pop. We gon' go double whoever time smoking on Dotty. Them niggas know how we rock. Boss gon' get that nigga. If he run, we gon' trip that nigga. OLG, we locked it for life. And for that, I'ma click my trigger.
4-1, yeah, super explosive. Ayo, Dotty, you let my hoe broken. Nigga, you bogus. Got me popping these pills, I can't focus. Got me losing the train of my thoughts.
Don't be like me, don't lose the one who loves you. That stupid boy, don't be a stupid boy. Couple texts, couple dates, couple kisses, we official. I be with you every day. When I'm not, girl, I miss you. I ain't lying. You was getting on my time, like we'll hit a movie and then straight to the crib after to make us a movie. Take us a break, then I'll make you lemonade. Then probably say something foolish, like you'll be dumb if you lose me. But who was I to say that to you? Now I'm the one to blame. Nah. It's funny how things change. Like we were the coolest, we were just cool, and then I did something stupid knowing I'll lose you. But I don't even know. Don't even have an excuse, I lose. I'm such a stupid boy. Don't be like me, don't lose the one who loves you. A stupid boy. Don't be a stupid boy. The club shuts down in an hour, but I don't wanna go. Cause you got me on my toes. Truth is, you got the power. You're dancing with my soul, and I'm losing control. The way you tease me, I'm vulnerable. Oh, so anything you say, I fold. I made it easy, I got close. Now I can't let you go, cause I'm a bit desperate. Oh, it may look like I got it all together, but looks could be deceiving. So baby, don't believe it, cause I'm a bit desperate. Oh, it may look like I got it all together, or whatever, but I can't let you go, cause I'm a bit. Look, I'm feeling like you're catching on to the fact that you could do damage. I need someone who can walk on water, who can do things they won't do. I need someone who can heal my battle scars and mend my Cupid wounds. So give me a savior to guide me through the darkness, till I'm no longer broken hearted. This can't be the end. Show me a savior who loves me in my glory, and throughout my ugly story, this can't be the end. Is there someone who was born to win, but it's impossible to lose? Is there someone who will mend my... baby, I want it to last. I love it when you smack my. Ooh, you got a girl screaming at the top of her lungs. Ooh, baby, I'm about to. Ooh, baby, let me do the things I know that you like, making me wanna. Ooh, you got me loud in here. I hope nobody heard. You got me using dirty words. Feeling experimental. I'm into whatever you're into, and you just might convince me. Gently kiss me. Just say it and I'll imagine. I might do whatever you're asking. Just might surprise you tonight if I could just get out the nerve. You got me using dirty words. Something in the way you touch that right there. I like it when you pull my. Ooh.
Show some love for my brother Jimmy Kendrick's in the room with us, man. He's spending some time. But all right, cool. So we're gonna raffle off some cool stuff. Where's Static Link? Is he out there? First of all, give it up for the Sound Collective for having us and allowing us to use their space for this. Thank you so much, guys. We're looking to do content here all year under the series of the Creator Convos. We're also going to be doing some red couch conversations like this, but getting really into depth in regards to like the producers playing their stuff, bringing up sessions, talking about experiences about the sessions that they've been in and whatnot. So we'll be doing these every other month, and then we'll be doing the red couch specials in between. But I really want to shout out my man because he really championed this. He's been kind of been in my ear for like the last year or so about coming out and doing some stuff, and I appreciate him reaching out and the whole team here at the Sound Collective for bringing it together. All the brands involved, Beat Club, ASCAP, TrackLib, XLN, Spitfire Audio, Isotope, Cali Audio, yeah, bunch of people, man. It's all in the post. But you know, it's amazing that, you know, these brands are starting to start paying attention again. You know, because the creator community is so influential, and you know, in the retrospect of what goes on right now across the world, really, not just in music, but you see how we affect brands, we affect sports, we affect politics, we affect everything. It comes from us first. You know what I'm saying? We set the tone in a lot of ways. So for y'all to come through and battle through this nasty weather and be here, we really appreciate y'all coming out to the first one of these, and we'll be announcing the next few shortly. And we'll be, you know, continue to go from there. But I want to give it up for my man Static Link for really championing this. Y'all give it up one time for Static. Yeah, man, super dope, and I appreciate it. Also, too, just another shameless plug. I got a studio right upstairs in the engine room. All right, Creative Space Studios. So if you follow the page, you'll see we got a nice little special up there. If y'all want to come up and rock, we got 5-hour blocks on sale. If you guys want to get in the room with other producers and writers, and you're not, you know, you don't have those kind of relationships, we could work some things out as well. But it's word. So it'll be Jimmy's home studio for the most part. Yeah, but that's pretty much my little spiel. Again, the whole team here, everybody that helped with the sound, setting up everything, we appreciate everybody. You know, it takes a village sometimes to put these events together, and in order for them to be, you know, successful, you know, a lot of people see me up here talking, and I want to make sure everybody knows from the jump, it's not just me putting these events on. We have an amazing team behind the scenes, and that's why we're here. So once again, give it up for the entire team right here at Sound Collective. All the speakers, Buck, Arsonist, Jimmy, Buddha Grands, and Mike Cuz that were doing the beat critiques as well in the back. And then Ken Lewis. I mean, Ken Lewis, we'll send out the link to everybody as well for that live. Again, if you guys want to watch it on YouTube. And everybody that attended today will get a free membership to Beat Club, which includes a lot of cool stuff where you can send in some music, get some feedback, and whatnot through their platform as well. And they will be reaching out, letting you guys know about the next one of these and so much more. So, yeah. But before we do this, announce these little... The one thing I just want to make sure everybody takes away from this thing is that we are always going to provide an egoless environment every trip. The only person that's ever going to hold you back from what you do is yourself. You know You know what I'm saying? Regardless of what level you're at, whether you're platinum producer, Grammy-winning producer, whether you're somebody on the come up. I think Arson has said it earlier. I think actually Static said it as well. It's about knowing that you're never as good as you possibly can be on a daily basis, right? We can always learn more. We can learn how to mix our stuff better. We can learn about, publishing and splits and all these different things that sometimes we hear them being said and we're like, oh, my manager will handle that. Or, no, my attorney will deal with that. If you don't know your own business in today's environment, you are not doing yourself any justice. We have everything at our fingertips. Google is your best friend. There used to be a time where it was like, there's no stupid questions. Now every question is stupid. Because you can go plug it in and pretty much find everything out right then and there. And you use YouTube as your university. But also, if you really want to get technical and learn all the ins and outs like you should, places like the Sound Collective exist. And that's why we wanted to do it here, so you guys can kind of come in this environment, learn about what has to happen to be successful in the game, and how important collaboration really is, too. And these guys are the leaders of what they do. We have an amazing facility here. I'm sure some of these guys can tell you about the programs that they have as well, some of the membership programs. But the goal is to get people in the room that have like-minded, goals and aspirations, and really try to figure out how to get there together. And as you saw, there's no VIP rope. You know what I'm saying? Arsonist is out here taking pictures. Buck Wild's telling stories. Like, we all here for a reason. We all outside. You know what I'm saying? But I really, you got to understand that the people that show up every day consistently are the ones that win. You know what I'm saying? You step away too long from the poker table, they try to steal your chips. And you work too hard to get that. You know what I'm saying? But, yeah, my little antidotes here and there. You know what I'm saying? And, yeah, but thanks for all the brands, too. We'll announce them as we do some stuff. So the first thing everybody get their tickets out. Everybody got a ticket. Don't tell me you lost yours. Everybody got one. If you lost yours, it's unfortunate. So if you do happen to win, I want you to come up to the stage, and I want you to write your email here so we don't miss out on getting you this stuff, right? So the first thing we're giving away is a free membership to TrackLib, so you guys can get more familiar with the platform and sample some stuff. So the winner of that is 180-081. You sure? Come up here, man. Give it up for 8088 one time, man. So now you can teach the whole squad how to use it. All right. So TrackLib, yeah. Yeah, just write down your email right there. I'll send you all the information on how to redeem that. Okay. Let me get these all back in. Okay. So the next three things we're giving away is a license for Neutron 3, which is a mixed bundle from Isotope. Neutron 4 just dropped recently, but you kind of need to know how to use Neutron 3 in order to properly use 4. So Neutron 3 will be a license you could download. I'll send you all the information. And it's good for anybody, not just producers, but writers that do their own vocals and record themselves. It's a really dope and very easy to understand program. All right, first one goes to 180-103. 180-103. Anybody? 180-103. Going once. Going twice. Gone. A lot of people left, so it might take longer than normal. All right. 180-070. You sure? Look at your ticket. 180-070. He's like, I think I got it. All right. You know what? I got your email, Reminisce. You're good. I got your email already, okay? Give it up for Reminisce, though, with the fire beats as well. All right. Second Neutron 3 license goes to 180-109. All right, Skrilla. That's what I'm saying. No doubt. Just write down your email for me right here. This is for a license. It's a mixing bundle. Make your music sound that much better. All right? Okay. There it is. No doubt. Yes, sir. Next up, got one more of these to give out. 180-061. 180-061. I hear some commotion in the back. There we go. There we go. Oh, he been here. He was like the first one here. 180-061. All right, go, bro. Static. Is he still here? All right. We're giving away 5 licenses to XLN. Not quite sure what it is. That's why I need him to get in here. Well, it's for producers. We know that. Creatives. XLN RC20. That's it. Okay. And it's a VST plugin? Okay. All right. Good stuff. All right. So XLN giving away a VST RC20. First winner is 066. 180-066. 180-066. Going once, going twice. 180-066. All right, there you go. There you go. All right, that's all good. Next winner is 180-072. I know you, Spice. I got you. You don't need to make the walk. All right, the third winner is 180-065. 180-065. 180-065. Going once, going twice. Out of here. 180-068. Destiny, I got you. I know your information. I'll let you know. The plug-in. XLN RC20. The plug-in. All right, next one is 180-106. That's you? We got a winner? Oh, I got you, Brown. Brown Jewel Beats. You good? I got your information. I just wanted to. I know y'all ain't lying to me with your numbers. All right. Last one, XLN RC20 plugin goes to 180-089. Who we got? Okay. 180-089. All right, write your email down for me real fast. Right here next to that one. Okay, so this next gift is going to be a free slot in my producer showcase on Monday at IMI Studios. I have some heavy hitters coming out. Legendary producer Ty Fife. Work with everybody from Jay-Z to Jermaine Dupri to Foxy Brown to Cameron. I got Rick Steele. He executive produced French Montana's last album. And Datewan Thomas from Vibe Magazine. I'm going to email you. You good. Thank you, sir. Who's a super beat head. He's been in the game for a minute. All right, so free slot in that, and I will email all the information tonight so you can get prepared for that. So hopefully it's a producer. If it's a writer, I got something else for you. 180-111. Hey, what up, Teddy? Come on, man. I got you. You good. Yeah, I'll send you the info, my brother. Perfect. All right, so the next, then he just walked in. So the next gift I'm going to give away, or prize rather, is I'm going to give a writer and a producer 3 hours free studio time in my studio upstairs. Survive Creative Space Studios. All right, so it's going to be a cook-up session, but there'll be an engineer there as well. 180-091. 180-091. Anybody? Going once? Going twice? Gone. 180-097. Is that you? You got it? 180-097. All right. Yeah, so we'll get going here. All right. I already got your information. All right, so we got. This is Reticia, by the way. She has a company called Moon Management. A lot of dope artists. Definitely want to connect with her. Her beats always looking for beats and whatnot. Reticia. Okay, so it'll be one of her artists with one of these producers, or maybe another writer, another producer. We'll see. 180-110. 180-110. Going once. Going twice. Gone. 180-116. Shabazz. Dope. Okay. So Shabazz, I got you, Shabazz. I know how to contact you. So Shabazz is good to go. So we'll get one of your artists and we'll man Shabazz. All right. You know what? I'm gonna give a second Beat Sweet slot away too, cause I got a couple slots left, so I'm not gonna be greedy with it. Let's give one more out. And the prize package for that event is crazy. It's like $1,800 worth of stuff and cash too, $250 cash. All right, 180-093. Is it you? My God. Nah. Good. I got your info already, Nine. Yep. Yeah, I got your email already. All right. Last prize. We're giving away a pair of Cali Audio LP8 monitors. He's praying right now? You know what's crazy is one of the winners from the I did an event with my mix engineer. I managed a guy by the name of Amon Jackson. AJ's worked with everybody from Young Thug to Ross to Google. And kid that won the speakers for that one literally had in his cart the same speakers. He was going to buy them from Amazon. He was like, if I didn't win, I was going to buy them right then and there. He's like, but he's like, yo, I just won these shit. So, yeah, man. But all right, this is it. This could be for anybody. Pray. All right. The winner, and I got to see this one. Don't be lying to me on this shit. The winner of the speakers, 180-113. 180-113. Going once, going twice, done. Got you. All right, next. And they will be shipped to you, so you don't got to carry them home, all right? 180-085. Dougie? Okay, Dougie. Let me see. Not that I don't trust you. You good. All right, so write your email down here so I could get everything to you, okay? Just make sure it's very legible. Yeah, if you wrote your email janky up here, you're probably not getting your shit. Not just get. All right, one more time for the crowd, man. For everybody that came out, the Sound Collective, everybody that supported the event, all the sponsors. Please make sure you guys post all your pictures. Tag us at Sound Collective NYC or Creative Space Events. And if you can, hashtag Creator Convos so we can see how many people supported on that side of it too. Everybody get home safe, and everybody have a great holiday season as well, however you celebrate. All right, love y'all. Be home safe.